All right, here we go. It's Tuesday, folks. You know what that means. Free mediocre takeovers available here. We'll have to see. Oh, we'll have to see how it goes. My phone is telling me that I'm live streaming. Thank you, phone. Actually. Let me see.
We were just fixing some Discord issue.
All right.
Video's done. About to post it.
We are live right now.
Oh.
Okay. Just so you know, you are broadcasting.
Broadcasting live. Well, hey, everybody, video's going up. So after the stream.
Yeah.
Go watch.
Yeah, the video will be up. Let's see. Last two videos have done quite well.
Quite well indeed. Fantastically.
Yeah, I was looking at the analytics earlier this morning, and it's dropping off now. But our views over the last 48 hours, we were up over 9,000. We had never hit 7,000 before. So, pretty good.
It's Smitty, you're a couple more highs away from from a timeout, buddy. It's all right. We see you. How you doing? Yeah, man. Videos have been doing awesome. It's super exciting to see. I mean, you know, you and I both, we're always, we just get excited, you know?
Yeah, it's great to see. Got a lot of stuff going on in the game. It's going to be a busy week. We got 6 new champions that hit today, 5 of which are part of the Monster Hunter collaboration with Raid, which is pretty cool. I have Monster Hunter somewhere. I think I have it in my Epic Games folder somewhere. I've never played it.
I feel like you and I have played something like it, right? Have we not?
Well, we played a game that's like it, but isn't Monster Hunter. We played
Oh, okay.
What is that game called? It's like Relentless or something. It's not Relentless. But yeah, I feel like I've seen the Monster. I know about the Monster Hunter franchise just from, you know, it floating around the gaming circles. This is a little annoying. Logging in here. Okay. Just trying to get into my Epic Games account. You still picking up the free game every week?
Oh, yeah. Free stuff is free stuff.
Yeah.
You like free stuff.
So we played Dauntless.
Dauntless, that's what it was.
Right? Yeah, we played Dauntless. I looked at Monster Hunter World when it came out. I was curious about that, and I almost picked that up. So I guess I don't have it. But we played Dauntless, which is kind of a Monster Hunter clone, I guess. It was kind of fun for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, let's say hello to the people in chat. Ensvidi, hello. James Morton, good to see you. Dark, hello. Burso. MZ. I am going for this January Fusion. How about you guys? I will be going for the January Fusion probably on both accounts. I have to really decide if I want to go for it on my main account and my Noob versus Pro account. I think I will, but it's going to be tough. Yeah, I'm doing a vid on the Crossover Champ event that's going out today. It's just kind of a sneak peek video, not a huge video. Then I'm going to be doing champion reviews a lot for the next couple of days. We still have the Fusion event that we have to do, so it's going to be a really busy week. It is a family celebration tomorrow, so I'm taking the day off, but there will be a video. So I'm going to do a video tonight for tomorrow, but I won't be around tomorrow. So if you guys are in Discord looking for me, I'm not going to be around. Dark says Monster Hunter World is good. Monster Hunter World is good. Yeah, it looked very cool. I remember, I think the trailer when it came out, and I was like, oh, that's going to be a cool game. And I just never got around to it. Kirk, thanks. Congrats on 4K. He says, yeah, that's exciting. We hit that yesterday.
Hey, thank you.
Or last night, I guess.
Yeah, in the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night. So 9 days, 8.5 days, whatever you want to call it, 9 days behind our targeted time frame. We were hoping to hit that by January 1st, but you know what? I'll take it. That's still pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and we're climbing. We're climbing. All right. So this is a Takeover Tuesday. We don't have a lot of people here for Takeover Tuesday. We only have 16 people. I do think I released a video. We released a video yesterday that said 2 p.m. So people are probably like, it's a 2 p.m. I keep messing up the time. It's 1 p.m., not 2 p.m.
You and I both.
Oh my God, it's awful. You know, in my head, Takeover Tuesday, 2 p.m. I'm like, Takeover Tuesday, 2 p.m. Takeover Tuesday, 2 p.m. Like, nope. That was before the clocks changed.
So nice and easy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you, guys. That's great. I appreciate it. I know Sun does as well. All right. So, yeah, if you haven't had a takeover yet. Oh, quick note. I've said this before, but I'm going to say this at the top of the video in case anybody who is watching this like as a VOD doesn't know. We've reset all of the takeovers. So last week for 2024, we reset the takeovers. So those people who had gotten takeovers, it's now on a 90-day lockout for them. They can't get another takeover for 90 days. But everybody, even if you got one in December or November or whatever, is available for a new takeover. So you can have a takeover. And that's going to be the way we go forward. So for the rest of the year, whenever we do takeovers, if you've had takeovers in 90 days, you get a role in Discord. And basically that role is a 90-day role. And once that expires, you are now eligible again, or you are then eligible again for another takeover. So you do have to join our Discord community if you haven't already. I think everybody here is part of it already. Fatal Virus, MN, Sabik, JB, good to see all of you. Yeah, so again, if you want to take over, make sure you have your email address and password available. Join our Discord community now. We're going to go ahead and down in the coaching voice section, you'll see a Takeover, Wheel of Takeover channel. Go there, react to the message that Sun puts up. That'll place you on the wheel. We'll spin the wheel and we'll see who gets a takeover. We've never had this few people in a takeover before. It just jumped up. It just went from 16 to 28. But we've never had this few at the beginning of a Tuesday takeover since I
just posted the link.
Our very first week. Our very first week. Yeah, don't forget to like the stream. Thanks, Emin. Shooter. Hey, Shooter. Lugia or Lugia. I don't know. Do you pronounce it with a soft G or a hard G? Like G, like go, or J, like giant. Takeover time. Yes. Smoky Bones. Can I succeed at the fusion with 3 sacred, 6 voids, 2 primals, and 7 ancients, around 1,800 gems, and 10 pots in the mail? Not many food champs, but 8 4-star chickens and 25 3-stars. I would say maybe. I would say maybe. The thing that feels tough to me is the shards. How many mystery shards do you have? Because if you have like 1,500 mystery shards, then you probably can. But if you only have like 500 mystery shards, then maybe not. Also, if you have any fragment champions, that's going to help with the champion chase. So Smokey, honestly, it doesn't, I mean, What I would do is err on the side of caution, right? Because using up all of your resources that you've saved and missing out by just a little bit on a fusion feels really, really bad, especially if you could just wait 1 month, collect another 3 sacreds, another 6 voids, whatever, like bunch of ancients, and then be prepared for February's. So like it may feel bad to have to pass on a champion, but like it feels worse to go for the champion and miss. Thanks, Suzanne. Yeah, 4K subs is pretty awesome. Hey, Femoral. Demon King, hello. Welcome back. It's been a while. Wicked Gaming. All right. Matthew, I have to rewind a bit to get info about the Takeover stuff. I just joined the community yesterday because I wanted to know more on how to prep for fusions. Well, I hope the video helped, and I'll do another fusion prep video when we get the actual calendar for what's her name? What is the name of this champion? I've already forgotten. Zinogre. So this is going to be the fusion champ. I think that's the fusion champ, right? Let me double check. I just did all of this, and then it's already left my brain. Zinogre, yeah, okay. So unfortunately, I think Zinogre is maybe the worst of the 5 champions from Monster Hunter. We'll do a quick little preview. Triple hitter with a weaken. This should be a 30% chance on every hit. It just should be. This is not a legendary level of weaken. 30% chance total without any way to book it up for more chance. This feels incredibly weak. It's a triple hitter. That's nice. It should be 30% chance on every hit. I don't know why it's not. It's weird. Quad hit on the A2. Each hit increases this champion's turn meter by 5%, so 20% turn meter. Fill and an increased speed buff on all allies for 2 turns. Kind of interesting on a 3-turn cooldown. And then another quad hit with an increased attack on this champion. Leech and decrease attack go out. 100% chance. The passive increases the damage based on health lost up to 100%. So it's 50% without decreased defense, 100% with decreased defense. Which means you're going to do more damage the less you have, which might be might open some interesting builds. And then has a ignore death mechanic here, which is kind of cool. And then ally speed in dungeons by 30%, but I don't really think she's a dungeon champion other than Fire Knight. So she's kind of a Fire Knight specialist. But she doesn't have a decreased turn meter. She just has a lot of hits. I don't know where to use her. I've been trying to figure it out. I don't know where to use her. So I'll think about it some more because I really haven't spent too much time and energy on it. The one thing that makes me want to go for her is that she's an exclusive champion. Once the fusion's over, you're not going to be able to get her. So, there's a chance they buff her in the future. There's a chance they even buff her during the fusion like they did with Ugir. Like they announced a future buff for Ugir in the middle of the fusion, even though I don't think it's happened yet, but it should be happening soon. They said in January. So yeah, we'll have to see. But I think, if you're a Monster Hunter fan, you want to get all the Monster Hunter champions. They're all exclusive champions. So you get the free login, you can get the fusion, and then the other 3 champions will be available from shards, but only until the end of the event, I think. Only until the end of February, beginning of March. Okay. Hey, Great Dane. Plethora is calling me Pole Red now. Okay. Neothin, good to see you. Angelica. Wow. All right. A lot of people came in while I was talking. Okay. It's weird that I want to get the fusion just because she won't be available. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Hey, Alex. Shooter says, oh, she is great. Her multipliers are crazy. She will be one of the best clan boss damage dealers in the game. You think so? I haven't checked out her multipliers at all. Leslie B, good to see you. MN says, does anyone have a clan clearing nightmare clan boss daily with a space for a desperate guy? We do. You can come on into the Discord and send Sun or me a message and we'll try to get you settled. By the way, we've been working on the clans. So we're going to be starting a full cluster. The cluster is going to be 5 clans to start. We have 4 in place right now that are ready to go, but we're not quite there. We don't have all the mechanics set up. So we're going to be opening like another 90 spots for players, basically. So people who want to get into a Call Red Plays clan will have the ability to do so. So definitely, you'll be hearing announcements over the next few days. We're getting close.
Working hard or hardly working.
Mr. T2 Sugar says, am I the only one that doesn't know what Monster Hunter is? It's a game series that started in 2004. It's been around for 20 years. They're celebrating their 20th anniversary this year. They've had tons of titles. I don't know how many titles, but like at least 10, if not more. On all sorts of different platforms, consoles, like mobile games, all sorts of stuff. Oh boy. Did I check out the stats of the login champion? Yeah, the login champion looks solid. What's a cluster? A clan cluster is... So basically in this game, like there aren't alliances or anything like that, but it's kind of like that. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to have 5 different clans for Cole Red Plays. So it's all going to be part of our community. It's all going to be managed through our Discord. And it's all going to be, it's part of our Discord community. But we need more spots than just 2 clans can provide. There are more than 60 people who want to play with us. Some people want to bring in alts and stuff like that. So a clan cluster is just a cluster where there's going to, or a group of clans where there can be some movement in between clans. So for instance, let's say you're a new player. You might come into the clan that is specifically designed to help new players get up to speed and make progress in the game. But once you've progressed for a few months, you might outgrow that clan. And so then you can look to one of the mid-game clans that are in the cluster. And when a spot opens up, we'll move you to a new clan that's more appropriate for your account level. In some clusters, there are, 10, 15 clans. Some might focus on Hydra. Some might focus on CVC. Some might focus on, whatever. So we're looking to have 5. We are going to open a clan that is sort of the higher progress clan. So we do have players who are further along than other players. And so we're going to give them the opportunity to opt into a clan that is specifically sort of more late game. And then, we'll have several mid-game clans and then probably one intro level clan. Again, the details aren't completely locked down, but we have been working on it. And we're pretty excited to offer that to the community. So that'll be coming out probably by this weekend at the latest. So we're hoping Friday, but it may be Saturday or Sunday. But so today is Tuesday. So in the next 3 to 5 days, we'll have our cluster fully operational. Team Sun is still the best. Sean Mallet says, well, he's not going to be the best, but he looks solid.
Let him know.
Yeah. What do you think the reward will be for the free-to-play challenge winner? I already know. It will be revealed in due time. Can I opt into a clan clearing daily? Ultra Nightmare daily. Yeah. One of those will be an option. Cole, will you participate in the HH free-to-play challenge? I'm thinking about it, but here's the issue. So I would like to do it. I don't have the details yet. He hasn't released like the next batch of details. At least I didn't check today, but I checked last night and he hadn't yet. But I'm going to be doing the fusion on my free to play account, my new Versus Pro account, and I'm going to be doing the fusion probably on my main account. And then there's this challenge. So now I got to play 3 accounts, 2 of which are trying to do a fusion. So honestly, I don't know. He did today? Okay. He dropped the video this morning. I'll have to check it out after the stream. All right, but now we've got 80 people here, so let's get going. Let's go ahead. If you haven't done this before, you want to make sure that you've joined our Discord community. In the left-hand column of Discord, you will see a section called the Coaching Corner. In the Coaching Corner, there will be a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. You want to go into that channel and react to a message from Sun, S-U-N, Sun, not S-O-N, Sun. He has put a message out there, and all you have to do is react to it. You won't be able to chat, just react to it. That will enter you into the drawing. We'll spin the wheel. We'll get our winner. If you are the winner, we need you to have several things ready. 1, have your email address and password for your account ready to go. What's going to happen is you are going to jump into the coaching voice section with me. You will not be able to talk, but you will be able to hear me in real time. There is a delay on the stream, so you're going to be able to hear me in real time. So what you're going to want to do is mute the stream and make sure that you can hear me in Discord. DM me your account information. DM it to me, not to Sun. And he'll just pass it along to me, so it won't matter. It just takes longer. And then tell me a little bit about your account and what you want the takeover to try to accomplish. And that's basically everything. I think that's everything. Did I miss anything, Son?
Sounds about right.
Okay.
And let everybody know I'm reacting too, because it's rigged. You know.
All right. So, yeah, let's take a look at the Discord. Where are we? All right, we've got closing in on 40, it looks like. No, a little bit. Yeah, just about 40 reactions. So again, if you've won a takeover in the last 90 days, but it was in 2023, it's all reset. So anybody can sign up for a takeover unless specifically you won last week. If you've won in 2024, you are not eligible for 90 days. But if you won in the last, let's say you won in December or you won in November, you are eligible again. We have reset the clock for 2024. All right. So I'm going to give it about another minute, and then we're going to get this show on the road.
That's perfect timing. It'll be 1:30 on the dot.
Yeah, there we go. It's not going to be a super long Takeover Tuesday like we had the last couple of weeks, because I've got.
Oh, yeah, I meant to talk to you about that before we started the stream. We should try to keep it to about an hour if possible.
Yeah, we'll have to see. One of the things I've decided is any showcase takeovers, anybody where I take over their account and they're just like end game and they're just like showing off their account, which is fine, by the way, if that's what you want to do. I don't mind admiring accounts and talking about them. I think I'm going to try to limit those to like 15 to 20 minutes tops, just so players who actually need help in progressing get the emphasis, right? Yeah. So like kind of account showcases, we're going to try to limit that to about 15 minutes. Yeah. All right. 1:30. Let's
possible. Don't let that be the only reason.
Don't let that be the only reason.
Right,
what?
Let's do it. Well, to put in for a takeover, if you don't actually need a takeover, you just want to show off.
I don't mind. If some people just like, showing off their accounts, talking about champions, stuff like that, it's great. I don't mind that. But just know that this particular live stream is focused on trying to help people. So showcases are going to be, minimal. All right, we got a winner.
We got our first winner, Talium.
Talium. Like helium. Talium. Grats, Talium. All right. So the first thing you want to do is jump into the coaching voice section. Sun will give you permissions to do that, and then DM me your account information. All right. Talium. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, let's start doing this. I'm getting the info right now. Want help from the guy you just beat in the new versus pro series? Son? Yeah. I didn't. All right, we got an Amius request here. This is the first Amius request. All right, we are in. All right, so this will be interesting. I beat Amius on normal. I did not beat Amius on hard. Are you on hard or normal? So we've got a level 100 account. Many, many days logged in. Okay. First of all, let's just take a quick look at the roster. You got the 4-star Blizzard the Howler, so do I. I already booked mine out. Apparently you weren't supposed to for some reason. I haven't figured out why yet. You've got a Gwendolyn the Silent, very nice. Ooh, you've got a Terrace. And a Yumiko. And a Marishka. Ouch. Okay. There's your Newt. You got your Romantu Drake's Blood. And your Torment the Cold. Your Lydia. You've got Pythion, so we've got some hope here. You've got some good legendaries. Roshguard. I mean, Neckbone. You got some good legendaries. You got Mishinaki, who's fantastic. Oh, you got more down here. You got your Hefrak building up, your Kyoku building up, Razzlevarg, Snick Track, Second Arbiter. All right, Shemnath down here. And Artak. Sorry about that. All right, so let's take a look. Because honestly, I haven't watched really any videos on this. This is not something I've done a lot of. I just kind of went into it because I was going to make a video on it. And so I got into here on normal and I just read the fight and cleared it. It like worked. Now, granted, it was on normal, but let's go ahead and just kind of jump through the guide again. Let me actually do that so we can see more stuff. So you've got your Pythion already going and your Venom Mage. Okay, so this A1 is what heals him. So that, we want the decrease healing there. Increases duration of all buffs and decreases duration of all debuffs on Amius. Heals Amius, so we want, yeah. Okay. I feel like this turn meter fill is problematic. We don't want too many debuffs. Remove any block buffs and replace it with a block debuffs buff. All right. And then it reverses all of the, reverses all of the debuffs. All right, so this Eclipse buff does some things. So it revives him. You basically can't have the Eclipse buff when he dies, right? Because that'll revive him. All right, he's immune to all of that stuff. I forget if he's immune to turn meter decrease. Attacks one enemy, ignores defense. So this Blood Moon Vortex increases damage inflicted by 5% of the target's max HP for each enemy buff that has had its duration decreased. So before Blood Moon Vortex, we don't want to use buffs. Removes any block debuffs buffs. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I've only did the one fight. I really I haven't done much here. But let's go ahead and see. 13% people think we use too many pulls. Pythion, Nishak, Venom Mage were my core to beating hard Amius. Yeah, I think those are good champions. I'm not 100% sure about Mithrala. I honestly don't know. I mean, she's a cleanse champion, right? But the poisons could be problematic, I think. And then, do we want the counterattacks? I don't know. Now, the reason Nishak isn't as bad is because his debuffs can't be removed, right? So, but it's about reducing the debuffs. Yeah, this is the main form. We want the alternate form. No, it's this fight is so complicated. Yeah, so you convert, like, if debuffs are converted, that's a problem. But there's another thing about... Oh, this is... Okay. So that's not as big an issue. I'm honestly tempted to do something like this. But it may also be that we don't want... Maybe we don't want Mighty Uko. I don't know all of your champions either, so let me check out Necmo just because... Yeah, he's got that AoE A1 with the chance of the debuff. I'm wondering if A1s with debuffs are problematic. Now, Venom Mage might get away with it. Because it's an activation there. And here it's a healing reduction, right? But we need a way to strip buffs potentially. So let's go and look at that. Let's say remove buffs. That was what Mighty Uko was for, right? Yeah. I've used Nishak, Venomage, Python, Mithrala, and Arbaeus. Krisk and Uko. So, all right. So maybe we put Mithrala back in. I mean, that makes sense. She's super good. I'm just worried maybe we don't have enough healing here. Although Krisk is also awesome. That actually matches what you're saying, right? Mithrala, Venomage, Python, Krisk, and Uko. That is the exact team you used. You've used this team, Mr. T2 Sugars? Yeah, the more awakenings, the better. Well, let's try this. Let's see the fight, because I have to refamiliarize myself with the fight. It's been like a couple of weeks or whatever since I did it. All right, so I don't actually own Krisk. Let's see. Decrease speed. Ally protection. Provoke. Let's look at these abilities. So it's probably going to be... I think I remember, we don't know whether Lunar Storm or Rampant Chaos is going to be used, but this removes any debuffs negatively affecting stats. So this is the cleanse. And this decreases the debuffs. And this fills the turn meter. Okay, so we don't necessarily want a debuff right now. And I guess the heal reduction shouldn't go out now either, right? So if we can activate the poisons, that's probably good. Cleanse the stuns. So now we had that. So now we're going to get this. So again, debuffs. All right, so now we can debuff, I think, to our heart's content. Get the healing reduction out there. The healing reduction didn't land. I don't know if that was a 3% or if we don't have enough accuracy. All right, so there's the eclipse. So now healing actually gets reduced, but yeah, so the extra turns become problematic. That's what we need all the healing and the cleanses for. Let's cleanse there. Okay. Healing reduction? No, it's getting resisted. So we might not have enough. We might not have enough accuracy on the Venom Mage. That might be the problem. Whoops! I probably should have removed the buff. Better heals when the eclipse is not up. So we got that off. I don't know that Hex does anything, right? Hex doesn't do anything here. Finally landed the heal reduction. There's something about that I don't understand. He goes before I go. Like I click my skill and then he goes. I don't remember exactly why that is, but that was happening before. Maybe somebody can tell me what that's about. Yeah, so I mean, for normal, this seems fine. I think honestly, the Krisk spot could be taken up by a lot of different champions. The buff extension is potentially cool. The heals and the shield are potentially cool. Like he's a good champion for this. But and I'm not sure how I feel about Uko either. I mean, being able to remove buffs is nice. And it's kind of fun to play with champions that I don't have. I have all of these champions except Krisk. It's kind of fun to play with Krisk. Now, Venemage's passive doesn't come into play unless the heal reduction is on. But it seems, at least for the normal version, to not be a big issue. When we get to hard, it's probably going to be significantly harder. Okay, so currently the buff is off. The heals are full size. Get that brimstone, that smite out there. More poisons. They're working outside my house again. They're working on the street. So I got the noise canceling earbuds. It's really nice. Okay, so he revived there because unfortunately I think the smite killed him when the crescent buff came up. Still not landing that debuff. So this is on a 4-turn cooldown. So we basically have 3 turns to kill him. And he's getting the heals right now. So we might be in a bad way, right? Like it might be the kind of situation where it's like without the heal reduction, we can't do it in the 3 turns. And so what we really need to do is get Venemage's accuracy to where it has to be. The other thing is like we could lose, we could not kill in the 3 turns, go through the cycle, the crescent could fall off, and then we could kill the boss. So there's a chance that we could still do this. But again, we have to prevent the healing because the healing is going to stop us. Okay, so now the crescent moon buff is up. Oh, Chris goes down. Now we're in that bad cycle. Okay, so let's cleanse. We need to revive. We need to heal, but the healing's not good during this cycle. So now we want the boss to go here. We really need the boss to take 2 turns. All right, so now the buff is off, but the heal came through. And now we get the debuff. All right. This is going to be close, I think. We might have enough. It's hard to say. I feel like we're on the cusp of it. It's just, it could be really annoying because we don't have that heal reduction where it needs to be. So when Tay, when you've been doing this, have you gotten into this cycle where you're just like going round and round and you don't kill the boss and he just revives and revives and revives? Is that an issue, or like do you not get this far? Look, we're going to get a We've got a chance here. No. Yes. Oh, no. So All right, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something. So now that we've seen the fight a little bit, let's see. Let's look at some champions. So first of all, let's look at your Venom Mage. All right, 286 accuracy. Let's see how much accuracy do we need? So we're going to go to the raid stages tool here on hh.com. And we're looking for Cursed City of Cintranos. All right, so you need 375 accuracy for normal. You need 475 accuracy for hard mode. So let's shoot for 475 accuracy, but we know if we get 375, we can at least get normal down. Now, the other champion that I used that was really effective, honestly, was, oops, let's get out of the filter. Was Coldheart. So potentially we could rebuild your Coldheart as well. The Venom Mage should probably do it on her own. So why don't we stick there? Just stick there for now. Let's go for the oops. The Venom Mage. Are we okay with rebuilding Venom Mage here? At least taking a shot at it? It looks like you have her in a solo build. But we'll see if we can maybe keep her in a decent build that'll work, plus get enough accuracy on her. Let's look at the masteries. All right, you have the accuracy masteries. You're probably not going to switch to Eagle Eye, which is fine. You use her, but to solo, you don't use her to, okay. Yeah, okay. If you're not using her to solo anymore, that frees us up from the need for regen. I mean, regen can be good, you know, but regen and immortal, obviously, like, we could put a perception set on her. That's going to help. Let's start with the banner and see if there is an accuracy banner that's 6 stars with speed. That's nice. Now, are you saving this accuracy banner for anybody? Because let's see. Let's see who you have in the Lizardman faction. You know, do you want to like put this on your Ramantu or your Krisk or somebody? Or your Fushan? If it's not equipped, then use whatever. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. All right, Venom Mage. Let's try that on. Let's talk about some speed boots. Let's say primary speed with a substat of accuracy. And see what sets we have those in. All right. before we do that, let's take a look at gloves and chests. This is a very nice piece. How much silver do we have? We have 5 million silver. Roll an accuracy or speed, please. There we go. Very nice. Yeah, no worries. It's enough silver. It should be enough silver. All right, let's look at the let's look at the amulet here. This was a last minute impulse decision to join the stream. Well, I'm sure everybody's thrilled that you did. No, it's totally fine, man. It's absolutely fine. I'm used to this. Let me see what the equip piece has. All right, it's actually got 28 accuracy, so that's probably pretty good. Here's a 32 accuracy with HP, which is better for her anyway. Doesn't have the resistance, but I don't think we care about the resistance. So let's... because we can glyph more accuracy onto the 32, probably. So let's just look at that. Let's look at our glyphs. Nah. Okay, cool. All right, let's go ahead and throw that on. Now, let's think about chess piece, the HP. We were looking at this piece here. I mean, there's also an accuracy piece that has, and I don't think the speed is going to be critical. So we could potentially look at this, and now we can look at the other pieces and say, okay, so let's say we're looking for substats. And we're looking in the accuracy set. Do we have a... so that has more accuracy on it. We lose a little bit of speed. What about this one? This actually gives us everything. Now we need to get to a minimum of 375. We were hoping for 475, but I don't think 475 happens without getting completely out of the regen sets. Just based on the regen sets that you have, I don't think we get enough. So if we want to try for, we want to do a legit attempt at hard, it feels like we're going to need to get out of the regen sets. All right, so let's take a look at this. Let's see if we can do this, because I think we can. So let's just go ahead and do speed and accuracy substats, and let's take a look at our perception gear and our accuracy gear. So let's look at perception. Let's look at resilience. Look at divine speed. Let's look at Immortal. Let's look at accuracy and speed. All right. I'd like to keep the speed up over 200 if possible. Let's start with gauntlets of any type. It already shut me out here. Speed and accuracy. I'm gonna have to look at equipped pieces, I think. All right. Is that a second Venom Mage? Ooh, a little bit rough with the gloves. Man. It's not a bad piece. Okay. Well, we'll try to keep it going. If you're okay with that, or we can call it. That's fine too. I mean, I could drop the speed and see if that picks up anything. Gotcha. All right, let's say HP percentage, defense percentage, because that's really all. Whoops. Primary stats. HP percentage, defense percentage. This is pretty good. Let's see if maybe we can roll this one into accuracy. There we go. All right, so no speed, but that's okay. So let's try that. And then let's look at chest plates with speed and accuracy, HP percentage or defense percentage. The double roll and a crit rate, which is unfortunate. Double speed. You'd like some accuracy substats again. This is pretty nice. I mean, this one's even nicer. Yeah, let's do this. If I want to do a gear cleanse while I'm here, okay. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's do these pieces now. Substats are still speed and accuracy. And we're looking for perception and immortal. We're at 398. Let's go through immortal and look for accuracy first. Speed, accuracy. That one's nice. So we could do this. Accuracy, nice. HP is okay. Prefer to land in accuracy here, but speed is all right too. Good. That's nice. We try that on. We're up to 414. We're going to get 40 from the perception piece. Oh, but we have to pull it off of somebody. That's 470. And we can definitely glyph the rest of the way. I'm assuming Skimfos isn't, like, he's probably the least important champion that I'm looking at here. Maybe Martyr. Yeah. That feels like the best one. Okay. And so then let's go ahead and upgrade these boots. Ouch. 1.8 million there. But all right, that gets us to 216 speed and then 470 accuracy, and we can just glyph the rest of the accuracy. So let's go ahead and glyph these boots. Yeah, that's fine. Use those. Okay. Let's see how our stats have ended up. So we've ended up with about the same HP. We've lost some attack. We've gotten a lot more defense, a little bit more speed, and a lot more accuracy. We've lost the regen, obviously. All right, so we've only got... Oh, storage is full. We're going to have to do a little bit of a gear cleanse here to make this work. All right, let's go here. Let's look at these. All right, let's look at let's look at crit damage. Gloves. No crit right there, no speed. That should probably go. That's marginal. Let's see if that's enough space. No. I got to make more space. All right, let's look at sometimes you find one of those that have snuck through. That's almost a useless Relentless Helm. Those pieces aren't great either. Let's see if we can make the swap. No, still need to make some. All right, let's sell this piece. There we go. Just enough spot. Just enough spaces. Okay. All right, so that'll help. The other thing I think is I don't think we need the Krisk. I don't think we need the Krisk. I'm tempted to bring in somebody who does damage. Now, maybe in hard mode, we'll need the Krisk. But here, I think we can get away with somebody who deals damage. Let's go ahead and bring in Nishak. Let's see how he... I'm curious to see how he does. He may not be perfect. I could also bring in Cold Heart. You could also bring in like Dark Hail. There are a lot of people you could bring in here. But this will be kind of interesting. So let's go ahead and see if this works. Hello, hello. Okay. So, yeah, let's see how this works. Well, the healing reduction works. Yeah, we're in that bad cycle. The fun thing is that all the poisons and bombs are still ticking, right? So all right, so now we can do the big nuke. And see. All right, so there's the buff. Unfortunate timing for us. He's got one round left. All right, so now we can kill him. Fortunately, I don't have my cleanse. So he got a huge heal. Unfortunately, I didn't have my cleanse. I didn't have my cleanse. Oh, that was awful. That was so close, too. Yeah, activating the poisons may be better than trying to. So let me see. So this ability removes any block debuff. So that's potentially going to come off. Probably that's what's going to come off. Increases duration of all debuffs and decreases duration of all buffs on all enemies. Increases damage inflicted. So we don't want a ton of buffs up, which we have, unfortunately. Well, we have some buffs up. All right, so this removes any block buffs and removes any negative buffs. This is going to convert the... That's going to convert the buffs into... Or the debuffs into buffs. Right? So this is going to cycle. Okay, so we've got one additional turn here. And that's going to cycle over. Activate some poisons. Good time for that. All right, so now he's changing over. Okay, see, I don't understand what's happening here because I don't quite understand. Because no skills are going on cooldown. He just went like 4 times, right? So he converts over and then he just kicks my butt. But like none of the skills go on cooldown. All right. So now I think we're back in the right groove. I think. Yeah, maybe the Nishak is just too problematic. I think Cold Heart is better, but I wanted to use Nishak to just see because he's fun. I like him, and also because he does a lot of damage. But I think I just have too many debuffs for him anyway, so he doesn't really play, and he just ends up dying over and over again. See, that's what I'm not understanding that chain. I'm not understanding that chain. That chain is happening. That didn't happen to me before. And I'm wondering what about it am I triggering? So let's try Cold Heart. I don't think she has the accuracy to land her debuffs, but she has a max HP nuke, so. So I think we just want to try to activate poisons there. Yeah, okay. Now, see, that made sense to me. All right, so it removed this, but it didn't remove any negatively affecting stats to replace it. So it didn't get any continuous heals when it removed the poisons. Places a stun, except mythical champions. Okay. So now this ability should go off. Increases duration of all buffs and decreases duration of all debuffs. Heals Amus based on the debuff. So we don't want debuffs here. All right, so we just don't want debuffs right now. Okay. Now we go to this one. So now we do want the heal reduction up. Can remove that attack. Place the heal reduction. I don't think this does anything to us, but yeah, so we're going to get one more turn. Yeah, it's just damage. Now he's going to flip. Okay, but when he flips, he should be doing a skill, right? He's not doing this skill. I don't think he does this skill and then flips. I think he just flips. Let's get the block debuff buff up. All right, so let's see what happens when we get to that. Yeah, so he flips, right? And now he does what? He's doing attacks that I don't even see. Like they're not even up there on the bar, right? He's just crushing. So what is all that about? I don't even know what that is. Attacks one enemy 2 times will ignore 100% of the target's defense. So he must be using his A1. If this attack kills an enemy, which did, instantly activates Maniacal Bedlam, which is this. So if somebody gets killed, he goes into Maniacal Bedlam. Gotcha. And because Cold Heart is squishy, but that's what I don't understand, what that was. I still don't understand that. All right, so maybe that's why we had the Krisk in. Maybe that's why we had the Krisk in, because Krisk, this is just now 5 tanky champions that can't really be one shot. Mithrala and Venom Mage bring damage. I don't think we need the cooldown reduction yet, right? Yeah. So that debuff should, yeah. Okay. Healing reduction. All right, so now when he converts, I think if we have the buffs up to reduce the damage, that helps, right? So I think at this point, putting the ally protection out would make sense. Now he converted and didn't attack anybody there. Yeah, it's the ally protection because he ignores shields, block damage, and unkillable buffs. But he doesn't ignore ally protection. All right, so now when does he flip back? When this goes off, right? When the debuff when the buff gets reduced to 0, he flips back? Or does he flip back on a different mechanic? No, he flips back after Eclipse, right? Okay. Increases duration of all buffs, decreases duration of all debuffs. So this is where we need the healing reduction ability. Yeah, that's where we need the healing reduction ability. But okay, it worked out because we got some decent damage there. But that's actually where we need the healing reduction ability. So I gotta make sure that's up when this lunar storm is about to go off. So when these 2 skills are on cooldown, we've got to put the healing reduction out. Ally protection for the swap. Actually, I also put the strengthen out, I guess. All right, I'm getting the hang of this, I think. No, he's going to activate his thing. Okay, but now at least he turned over. So now we can get the healing reduction out. Yeah, so we might want the strengthen up at that moment too. So he's going to flip. So we want the ally protection. I can't put the strengthen up right now. So he's going to probably kill Uko. All right, I don't understand why he didn't try to kill Uko there. So yeah, I guess that's based on the cooldown reduction thing. That's why he counterattacks. All right, so now let's see if we can get the cooldowns in the right spot. Oh, no, I missed it. He's going to heal himself, right? Yeah, damn it. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay. So we survived that. We don't have a cleanse right now, though. There's the cleanse. Oh. All right, now, unfortunately, he's going to heal himself again because we were stunned there. All right, so yeah, I'm definitely slowly getting a handle on this fight. To see it go round and round and round and check, you got to watch the cooldowns. Now he could kill somebody with the A1 here, which would be bad. Yeah, so he's going to kill that. So now the problem is I don't think we have enough healing. The health has gotten low enough that we're in a problematic spot with healing. But okay, so boss healed. We've got 2 turns, so this is a good cycle because it's just going to be the A1. We could actually put the anti-heal up there. That would be fine. So now we need the ally protect. And I can't put the strengthen up. Unfortunately, I thought I could put the strengthen up, but then you need the cleanse on the next turn. We need to survive this A1. Decrease attack would help. No. Okay. All right. I think I have the rotation now. Yeah, okay. I think we have to try it with the same team. We just have to not miss, because once we get beyond a certain point, we don't have enough healing. Actually, let's try one other thing we could look at. One other thing we could look at is that. Yeah, White Triad Naya is a single target cleanser. All right, last try. Last try. We'll do what we can. Part of it is just this fight is so new, and I really don't know the fight all that well. Okay. So now we need the anti-heal, because the second one's going to go off. All right. So yeah, there we go. Nice. We could actually put up the speed. We could put up the speed buff now. Speed buffs are good. Ally protect. Let's see about this. Okay, so it does remove a block debuffs buff and makes it into a block buffs debuff. All right, so he survived. That's good. Got one more turn. Again, we could probably put up the speed buff there. All right, so converted back over. Okay. So now we actually do want the healing reduction, but we don't have a cleanse there. Do we have a cleanse with Mithrala? That's the question. We do? Good, because we need that healing reduction. There we go. That's good. Get more heals out there. We got 2 turns here to do some damage now. He converted early for some reason. Huh. Unfortunately, we got some block debuffs buffs out there. Let's just do the speed, I guess. Yeah, okay. Decrease attack. There we go. That was good. Now we want the healing reduction. Mm-mm. I think we want the ally protect here. Get as much health as we can. There we go. All right. No crescent moon buff. Do we have the... No, he's going to heal. We didn't get back around to the heal reduction in time. That's okay. So now we're probably going to get the crescent moon. Or the eclipse or whatever it's called. There we go. I think we... Oh, I thought we had it. I honestly thought we had it. I thought that was it. We've got 4 turns here. 3 turns. 2 turns. All the way back to half health there. That was really unfortunate. Ally protect here. So before he converts, I think we want to put the ally protect up because the ally protect is the only thing that he doesn't ignore. But the other buffs are problematic. That A1 just hurts. Okay, this is unfortunate because I don't have a cleanse and my Mithrala is stunned. And now I don't have the healing reduction up. And he's got an increased attack. So this is going to be bad. All right, so now we got to strip those buffs. Is he getting a heal again there? Maybe I want the ally protection against that. I don't. It's weird. When we were flowing in sync, I knew what was going on. And now that like we've kind of broken up, I'm not sure how to recover it. All right. So this is the skill that's going to be used. Removes any block debuffs. Okay, so we've got that coming. So let's just go ahead and not debuff. Let's heal up. Try to get back into a place where we're relatively healthy. Okay, so now the boss is going to use this, which is a heal. But that's not the big heal. Does it matter? Like this is where we can do damage. We're in the cycle now where we can do damage. Okay, so there was something there because he converted a turn early, it looked like, based on the cooldowns. All right, so this is where we... I think I was making the mistake of using the cleanse there. And I should use it here instead. Wow. He just straight up one-shot Krisk. So this is, so you can see this is on a 2-turn thing, right? So, but I think he's going to convert right now. That's what happened last time. No, he didn't. Okay, now it's on a 1. I don't know. It felt like he did that. He skipped it before, but okay. All right, so we survived the A1 there. That's what we needed to do. Now he's going to convert back. I think we need to cleanse there or when we can convert back. He got a huge heal off of that. Because he went right into the... But he cleanses... I think he cleanses all his debuffs on the switch, so I don't think I can do anything about that. I don't think that's something that we can even affect. That's bad. All right, we've got one turn here, right? So we need him to not... I don't... If he heals here, he didn't. Okay. So now we can put the healing reduction down. Finally. So there's a bit of RNG there. Now this is... Okay. Gets a lot of turn meter there, but now we've got 2 turns to maybe make a kill. That cooldown just went down 1. It was sitting at 2 with a full bar, and then it just went to 1, even though the boss didn't go. All right, and when he dies, he just gets revived, and that's just a thing that we have to deal with. But I don't understand. That was clearly on a 2-turn cooldown. I saw it go to 1, even though he didn't go. I don't know why that happens. It happened again. You could see it went from 3 to 1. It just went from 3 to 1. So Archon's Ascendant. So something else here. Whenever an enemy decreases a skill cooldown with an artifact, accessory, mastery, or skill, also so one of the masteries here, somebody has a mastery that is decreasing their cooldown. Somebody has Cycle of Magic. Or somebody's built in a reflex set. That's got to be what it is. That's problematic. Okay. So we have to have like the RNG in our favor. We have to have the boss not heal, and we have to have Cycle of Magic not proc. I'm starting to get irritated by this now. I'm like, come on, we can beat this guy. The Ally Protect does help quite a bit. But I don't know that it'll help this second time around here. Unless, I guess it doesn't have to, because he transforms. Yeah. Okay. So let's strip that. No, we don't have the healing reduction. Big heal. Nope, wrong skill. That's really frustrating to see that counter just tick off when you're like, oh, I got it all cycled up. It's gonna work. And then nope. This is probably just going to activate him. We're going to kill him and he's going to go into his thing. And then, of course, we don't... Do we have the cooldown? Okay, we do have that. So let's actually put that there. Now, this is on 4 turns. So as long as we don't accidentally proc that anywhere. No, see. And that was on Uko's A1. All right. So we got to look at Mighty Uko. No wonder I was so chaotic. Cycle of Magic right there. How about Krisk? Cycle of Magic right there. Pythion? Cycle of Magic right there. Let's look at Venom Mage. No Cycle of Magic. Good. So Pythion, Krisk, and Uko all have it. What about Mithrala? No Cycle of Magic. All right. Cycle of Magic. Yeah, I think we've got to take the Cycle of Magic off. I don't want to redo all these masteries because he had to go to work, so he's not actually here. He had to walk away. He had to walk away a couple of minutes ago. So this is the read. This team can do it. This team can absolutely do it. It's got 3 Cycle of Magics. And I think the biggest one, the most important one, is actually probably it's Pythion. Because Pythion can't come out of this team. Everybody else could be swapped for somebody, but Pythion can't come out of this team. So I think that this Cycle of Magic is the worst one. So if we can get rid of that Cycle of Magic, that would be big. But I don't know where else he uses these champions. So I don't want to like redo his masteries because I don't know what masteries are significant for other places like Hydra. He is at endgame. So this is what it is. We found the secret. We found out what it was. Sorry to put you through all of that. I'm just going to type this out to him. I think with those changes, the fight becomes a lot easier. I was having so much trouble figuring out what was going on. I'm glad I did this. I mean, for me personally, it was edifying because I've learned the fight a lot better. Because when I ran it the first time, I read the fight. I didn't put Cycle of Magic on anybody. I went through it one time. I recorded it. It worked. And it was a video. And so I literally haven't gone back into the fight since then. So that's it. That's going to be the takeover right there. We're going to call that. He is away at work. Let's click his red dots. We have diagnosed the solution. He can now do that on his own. I do think that team is very good now that we've got the Venom Mage to the right accuracy. And the Venom Mage is not squishy. It's no longer a solo Venom Mage because it doesn't have all of the regen, but that Venom Mage is in a really good spot for this particular fight. We got it more defense. We got her more defense, so 3,400 defense here. You can probably still put some more stats on this champion. Obviously, most of this isn't glyphed. It's not level 16s, so you could get more defense, more HP, more speed, more accuracy, everything you could possibly want on a Venom Mage, just not the regen, which is a little unfortunate. But that's okay. He said he wasn't using Venom Mage to solo anything. But yeah, okay. So, son, I think we're going to call it there, and we're going to move on to Takeover number 2. So remember, we're going to do a refresh on the wheel of Takeover. And then you want to go ahead and react to that. Make sure that you have your email address and your password for your account ready to go. If you win, jump into the coaching voice with me. You're going to want to mute the stream so you can hear me in real time. And then DM me your login information and then anything you want me to attempt on the account. So yeah. And hopefully we'll be a little bit more successful than we were with this one. Still really interesting. Sorry I wasn't able to get it done. I'm not going to knock my head against that wall, and I don't want to rebuild his champions when he had to go to work. So yeah, we're going to call that a draw. That's not really a win or a loss. It was an exploration, and we figured something out, and I think we have the solution for him. So I'm going to call it a draw. We didn't actually solve it all the way. We didn't actually get the victory, but I feel okay about that. All right, son, did we reset the wheel?
Wheel has been reset.
All right.
We are just
that was just a lot of me fighting a manual battle against a boss. I hope people found it somewhat enlightening. I think the thing about that fight is just like any fight, you have to see it go round and round a bit to really understand how it unfolds. And I do recommend this. I've talked about this before in videos. I think manualing fights is the best way to learn how to do fights, and also the best way to learn how to set up your AI. So yeah, not that fight's going to be easy to do with an AI anyway. I don't think it's an auto battle fight, but I just think manualing fights, especially like an arena, it's a great way to learn about your champions and learn about like how fights unfold. Joshua says, giving Cole a hard time. It's fun watching him struggle. Yeah, King says you can't have Cycle of Magic on any champ for this boss. I agree. Mr. T2 Sugar says it's more than doable with Cycle of Magic. I think it's problematic. I think you can probably build a team that could use Cycle of Magic, but having 3 champions, was it 3 champions or 4 champions with Cycle of Magic, just means that it becomes very random. It's like, can you still do it? Sure. But one of the things that was happening there was I wasn't able to get down to my healing reduction skill on Venom Mage at the right moment because the cooldowns kept getting thrown off. So like if the cycle wasn't thrown off, I would have had the healing reduction, and I think I would have killed him like 3 times. Yeah. Yeah, Bryce, I agree. I think the AI could be more robust. All right, so just making sure that we're giving people a moment here to react to the wheel of Takeover. Let's click on some of these red dots. News. We read all the news. We don't need that red dot. Yeah. When Tay comes back, he said it's okay to give up, but when Tay comes back, he'll have a message that says, take Cycle of Magic off your champs. Cycle of Magic is one of those really tricky masteries, actually. So when you come in here, like a 5% chance of decrease in cooldown of a random skill by 1 turn at the start of every turn. It doesn't have to break every speed tune, but I would say on at least like 60 or 70% of champions, it'll break speed tunes. Because most speed tunes are based around knowing exactly when skills drop, and you can't change that order. Sometimes you can. So for instance, on damage dealers who have like a big nuke coming back, like a Cold Heart, getting back around to, you know, her Heartseeker faster wouldn't be a problem, because that doesn't change anything about where she goes in the turn order. It doesn't change anything about her turn meter. It doesn't change anything about any buffs that she puts up, because she doesn't put up any buffs. So on a damage dealer, Cycle of Magic usually isn't a huge issue. Now, in this particular fight, it still would be, because when Cycle of Magic procs, it changes the cooldown of the boss, right? He gets a cooldown reduction when you get a cooldown reduction. So that's a problem. Yeah, so even on a damage dealer, this could be problematic for Amias. The rest of the time, it's not. However, when you are in a speed tune like a block debuffs buff, if that drops in the wrong moment on clan boss, then it's not up at the right moment when you need it for the slow or the stun. If you have a turn meter fill that happens too early, that breaks the speed tune, because now everybody gets the turn meter fill on the wrong turn. If you have a revive on death, mechanic, and this changes it, then the revive on death goes up too soon, and then it comes off, and then you die. If you have an ally protection, the same thing. Ally protection goes up a turn too early, and then it comes off too early, and then you die. So this Cycle of Magic skill is so problematic. You really have to understand it, and you have to understand your speed tunes, and you have to understand all the different champions that it could affect and how it could affect those champions. So, they've added an extra wrinkle to Cycle of Magic with the Amias fight. It's actually even more problematic than it was before. The most beneficial use for it, I find, is in Hydra, which is, all of those are Hydra champions. And it's like in Hydra, a lot of times you just want to get back to your power skills faster. And so that 5% chance can be nice. Like you can get another, whether it's a cleanse or, you can get an ally protection up faster or whatever. And it's like, because you're not really speed tuned perfectly in a Hydra clan boss team, a lot of times, like any speed tune sort of breaks once somebody gets eaten, right? Like then you're just hoping for uptime. More uptime is a good thing. And so that's why Cycle of Magic is that popular. But okay, looks like we've got a ton of reactions here. So let's go ahead and spin that wheel. All right. The Wheel of Names is thinking. ASAP. Congrats, ASAP. I feel like, did ASAP win not that long ago? Maybe I was having a conversation.
The longs of that are all gone now.
Yeah, it's fine. Congrats on the win. There are 47 heal reduction champs? Wow. I didn't know that. That's a lot more than I thought there were. Ian Godwin says 50% likes. Smash that like button. Oh, this is not my account. I can't just go into. Yeah. Sorry, Tay. I'm just in his mailbox, like picking up stuff. Oh, ASAP. You won. I'm not going to give it to somebody else if you want. If it's just a showcase, I can just show it off. Or if you know, it's fine. You won. You should get your takeover. If it's just a showcase, we'll spend 10 minutes looking around, going ooh, and that's fine. Or if you have an idea for something, just something we can do. You kind of need a faster Fire Knight team. Okay, let's take a look. Tell you what, if I can't do it quickly, then we'll move on. That's fine. Just send me your info. Let's take a look. You need a faster Fire Knight team. Okay. Can send the code. Okay. Started with no knowledge at all, so don't go too harsh. No problems. All right, so level 70. You said about 5 months in? Look at the logins. Yeah, you're almost 150 days, 143 days. Very cool. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roster. Doing pretty well on the legendaries. You got your Chronum, which is very cool. So you did all your self-referrals, I assume. Roshkard the Tower is great. You got the 5-star soul on Blizzard the Howler. Congratulations. That's going to be fantastic. You do have your Demitha. I mean, Kaimar is fantastic. You have your Arbiter. Sissy is really good. Nekmothar. Looks like you've picked up a couple of fusions now. Let's look at the vaults. How's your clan boss team doing? You have your Ultra Nightmare situation squared away? Why is my security popping up? Ultra Nightmare 2 key area affinity. Nice. Sometimes 3 for force. Is Venom Mage your clan boss damage dealer? Or Chronum? Geo? Everybody knows the Geo thing. Oh, I always forget to do this when I go here. What is the account actually named? ASAP33. Okay. So, Ultra Nightmare. Yeah, so on Force Affinity, sometimes it's at 3 key, is what you're saying, right? Yeah. Okay, so High Katoon, Demitha, Venom Mage, Geo. Is it a 3-to-1 comp? Is it a full unkillable, or is it does it use the Taragi the Frog ally protect on the stun? It's a 2-to-1. So it's not full unkillable. Second AoE gets blocked up by Demitha. Gotcha. Just so you know, it's killable. Just so you know, just quickly, I know you didn't ask for this, but just so you know, you've got Roshguard the tower here. You have a speed tune that will be full unkillable. I don't know if Roshguard's booked. He is. So with Roshguard the tower and Demitha, you don't need a speed. Oh, you tried it. Okay. I mean, I'm looking at the damage dealers you have, and I think, you know, it feels like no, I mean, I guess to go full affinity friendly, you would need to put in the Doom Priest, right? So yeah, then it's like you can run Chronum and Venom Mage or Sissia or something. Sissia gets an extra turn though. Yeah, and that would you need Geo in there. Yeah, I could see it. You're right. It might not work. Yeah. All right, let's click some red dots. What do we got? We got 9.5 million. We're looking at Fire Knight. That was the question. Fire Knight. So you want something faster on stage 20, or do you want to try to get to 25? If possible, 23 fast. But mainly 20. Okay. All right, so let's just go back to the... All right, we'll open all of this. The easiest thing to do probably here is just to look for decreased turn meter champs. And then think about like multiple hits and stuff like that, right? So 100% turn meter, 100% turn meter. You've got 15% turn meter, I think, on the A3. Yeah, and if she's not booked, you know, your chance is only 50%. 75% chance when booked, and if it's on cooldown, it's good. Plus, she has a slow on her A1. So Haikatun can be very good for this. Now, he's kind of interesting because he's got the triple hitter, right? But he also has the turn meter decrease here on the AoE. That can help you get through the waves. Of course, he's not built, right? No, he is built, but he doesn't have masteries. Now, Geo has the Reflect, which can be really good if you can't turn meter control the boss. But otherwise, I don't know. You know, me and Geo. It's like oil and water. All right. So let's look at debuffs. We're looking for a slow. Necmo and a stun set. No ally attackers at all. Okay. Now she's got a triple hit on her A1. She's almost fully booked. Yeah. Yeah, Necmo will go in the team at some point. I like Arbiter in the team. The extra turn meter increase, the weaken, the A1 double hitter. I mean, those are all good things, but sometimes it really depends on the team you have with her, because you need wave clear, you need the boss, like the turn meter reduction. So the turn meter fill is nice, but usually, sometimes you need something in addition to that. So for instance, like Necmo brings the increased speed. He doesn't have a 2-hitter, but he's better in the waves, and you have the stun set. Let's take a look at Chronom. I don't have Chronom. Chronom could work. Okay. That's a slow. Berserker's Delight. And then you have Cryodan, who's going to feature in hard mode when you get there. I mean, Phantom Touch can also count as an extra hit, so we have that. Mm. You feel like you just got to wait for an ally attack champ. I don't think you do, to a certain extent. It's just about having the composition. You have a lot of options here. I'm actually looking for options where we don't have to build too much. You do have more ag, but she's only bringing 2 allies. Yeah, you do have more ag. Let's see. Did I miss this? Positive effects, ally attack. Okay. So she has a double hitter, and she's bringing 2 allies. And if each ally has at least a double hitter, then she brings 6 attacks no matter who she brings. Do you know what I mean? So you can use her. I mean, she's great. 6 attacks is a lot of attacks, from a single hit, basically. So I like her. I'm building her out right now. I've actually got mine to 6 stars. I haven't put her in any kind of teams yet. I just really like her. I think she's cool looking. I like her kit. I don't know how strong she is for Fire Knight. I don't know how strong her AoE is. But I mean, we have a lot of options here. We actually have a lot of options. The problem is we don't have a ton of options that are built. So, just based on this, first of all, like, we're not getting anything out of this aura, right? So that aura doesn't make any sense. You would even get more out of this, so you could do that. But what I would say is, for right now, I would probably put Haikatun in. You want her booked, but the increased speed is going to help. Now, I think these 2 champions are good. The question is, do you have enough wave clear? Do we have enough wave clear? You know, so we could do something like this. Tatura was the wave clear. Well, Tatura's a tank, right? So, I mean, I know you have Kaimar. If you had Seer, but I don't think you have Seer yet. So, I'm looking at Gorlos, who can be wave clear. You know, Venom Mage to a certain extent can be pretty decent wave clear. Wukong. But, you know, this way, what we could do, we could try this. Let's see. Let's just see how this works. I don't even know if this is going to work. But so you go increase attack into, probably just into decrease turn meter. And then, yeah, so A3. We didn't get the extra turn there. Go ahead and freeze everybody. Activate the HP burns. So, you know, the problem, I think if you're looking for a faster Fire Knight, right, we want more wave clear. And unfortunately, I don't see a great wave clear champ that's also good on the boss. Now, that's okay. Maybe we could give up one spot. And again, if you had the ally protect, that would help more. Unfortunately, he just used his freeze, so we might be in trouble here on this. Maybe we should use Kaimar. Here's the extra attack, or the extra turn. So there are different ways to speed up a run, right? One way to speed up a run is to reduce animation time. Like, forget about anything else. Like, we're talking about increasing damage. Like, that's one way. But another way is to just reduce animation time. So sometimes a freeze or a stun can be really nice because then the enemy doesn't go. And forget about the enemy going and killing you. Like, the enemy's not killing you, right? You've got a AoE reviver. But just by not going, you know, then they don't waste the animation time. So sometimes that can speed you up. Sometimes not. Sometimes, like, a freeze is a bad thing because it slows down the amount of damage that goes into the enemy. You know, in this particular case, I think we're not going to get full turn meter control on the boss, but we might get enough. We don't have a lot of sustain, right? So if the boss goes, we don't have a cleanse. If the boss goes, we don't have a lot of heals. We have basically Arbiter's little mini heal that she gets from her A2 or A3, whichever it is, her turn meter fill. And you have to be below 50% HP. We do have the ally protect. That could help, but it might kill. Yeah, it'll kill him this time. But that's okay. He's got his passive. You know, now if we put this into the AI, we could probably trim a little bit of time off of it. But another turn meter decreaser would be huge here. Like, if you ever pulled an Allure would just make life so much easier. But again, you know, at this point, it's kind of weird because, like, even though Allure is great for a lot of bosses, she's almost less valuable for Fire Knight now because she doesn't work in Fire Knight hard. So sometimes you can get a champion who works in both, like Newt, right? Who's silly good. Landing a slow here would be incredibly useful. What? Arcisia Flame Tongue is killing us. I'm like, why am I taking damage? It's like because she lights herself on fire. It's going to be enough to kill us all, I think. Nope. Just enough to get through it. Yeah, I mean, this obviously is not faster. It might even be less successful than your other team. Yeah, 30% speed aura in dungeons could help. The new fusion could help if you're just trying to push regular Fire Knight. Absolutely. Okay. He's not booked. Okay. Kaimar is a recent pull. Gorlos doesn't have boots. Yeah, it's not enough accuracy. But maybe with a banner it would be. So I think you needed to get him to 225 accuracy. For stage 25. I think it's 225 accuracy. You know, and we'd want to run him faster too, but Gorlos is kind of an interesting option here. Gorlos is actually pretty solid. Yeah. So, you know, here he's got the double hitter on the A1. It can fill his turn meter so he can come back around faster. He's got an AoE drop defense, which is really what we also are kind of looking for here. He's got a Phantom Touch, which can be an extra hit. The thing is, he's squishy. You're using Brimstone. I mean, Kale's also wave clear. He's also running a little slow. I like Chronom a lot. Ugir is actually kind of an interesting... He's not going to help here, though. Who was that champion who filled... Actually, Robar. Yeah. Who's the champion who fills other people's turn meters on the A1? It's Raglan. Yeah, like I mean, you might be moving more towards something like trying to think of how you know, because these both will control the waves. You know, and you start thinking about like hard. You're going to need an ally attacker for hard mode. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not too worried about his accuracy right now. How's your Wukong looking? Not too shabby. Also not booked. I'm kind of curious what this would do. So you got 2 AoE freezes. You do have an AoE drop defense. Got a pretty good single target nuke on Gorlos. Raglan gives you some sustain with a triple hitter on the A1. You get turn meter fill from Raglan. You get turn meter fill from Necmo. I think you get turn meter fill from Cryodan. Cryodan. You've got additional freezes from the A1 on Blazar. So this is funny because this is only 2 level 60 champions. This is a 40, a 50, a level 45 6-star, I think. And then 2 level 60 champs. And I think this will handle this pretty well and may in fact handle the first few levels of hard pretty well as well. Yeah, again, not going to be fast. Not going to be fast. Oh, he's 5-star. Necmo's 5-star. So he's not even 6 stars. So yeah, I think the issue in terms of speed on your Fire Knight team is that you really need to commit to a team and then start optimizing the champions that you have. Because we have a lot of champions that are good that aren't booked. We've got a lot of champions that are good that aren't built. We've got a lot of champions that are good that don't have masteries. Some of them are booked but don't have masteries. Some of them are masteries but don't have books. You know, it's like, so I think one of the things that may be happening to you on your account, and again, you're 5 months in, so don't take this too harshly. This is something that happens to a lot of people. But you may be kind of spoiled for choice. Like you have good champions and you're distracted by each new good champion. And as a result, you don't optimize the champions that are actually, like you don't optimize any champions. Do you know what I mean? You have very few champions that are actually fully built. And that includes the epics. Like there are epics who are half built. And it can be the kind of thing where, let's say you get into a situation with like Gorlos where you're like, okay, I started to use him. I got him to 6 stars. I have him half booked and he's not God tier. And so I get distracted by somebody else because he's not really awesome. It's like, yeah, but now you have a champion that you've sunk a bunch of resources into who's not even optimized. And if he sits on your bench or in your vault, all those resources are gone. Now, I don't want to say that you want to invest in bad champions. Like if you started to halfway invest into a bad champion, and you realize it and you bail out, then you've saved yourself half the resources. That's fine. I don't think Gorlos is that champion. I think he potentially could be good for your account. I'm not saying you have to build him right away. I don't know that I would prioritize him. But you have the same thing going on with High Katoon. High Katoon can be a very good champion. Is she God tier? Of course not. She's a very good champion that you get as a free champion at 30 days. Now, had you fully built her out, you would have had more use for her. You would have had more effect with her. And then you would have got to Necmo and you would have been like, oh, well, Necmo basically replaces my High Katoon. It's like, yeah, sometimes you could use them in conjunction. That might be even more powerful. But I do think that optimizing the champions you have is going to be an important way to go. She doesn't have to be limited to clan boss. I mean, I've had many, many accounts where High Katoon has been a staple, and she runs in all of my dungeons. She runs in Doom Tower. You can run her against Dark Fae. You can use her in a lot of places. She can be really, really good in any boss fight where the boss can be slowed or have turn meter decrease. Any place where you just need your team to go faster. Oh, you can't touch her gear that much. Yeah, because she's in a speed tune. Yeah. Right. But still, depending on, what speed you're running her at, I'll take a look at her. This is funny. You're asked for a faster run, and this is going to be like a 7-minute run. But we've got 2 50s and a 40. Now the question is, are we going to die to the boss? Probably. We're probably going to die to the boss. I didn't put him in the AI. Everybody used their wrong abilities here. Raglan will help a little bit in terms of heals, but man, she does have a revive. But yeah, no real turn meter decrease here. This was more of a speculative team for hard mode than I didn't actually expect it to win here. I don't think. I just wanted to see it in action because of, you know, the level 40, the level 50s. I think, you know, Sissy is pretty good wave clear. So I think you have her on the right team. The triple hitter helps you break the shield. Make sure that you have your AI set up the right way. She's also bringing a decreased defense. You know, the Tutora Rhymehide and the Ugo are much more defensive based champion. I know that Ugo has a drop defense, but you don't need her drop defense, right? So yeah, let's get out of here. This is not gonna, we don't have a heal reduction, but that could potentially work for hard mode, at least for a little while early on. Not, you can even swap out, you know, Gorlos and Raglan. But yeah, here, what was the team that you were running? It was this team. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you might get additional speed out of just doing something like this. Or 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 this. You know, I would mess around. Maybe even this. Try that. See if that does anything. Let's actually go into the setup here. Let's look at the setup. So this team, right? All right, so you've got it all set up. So let's pull Ugo out. And I don't think that will change much of anything. The mastery that drops the turn meter, yeah. The question is, who do we bring in for Ugo? One, two, three, four, 5, 7, 9, 10. 10 hits. Yeah, but Sissy already has the drop defense. I'm pretty sure Sissy is drop defense to 100% and her weaken is conditional, right? No, it's the other way around. 100%. Okay. You know, if she does, oh, I see what you're saying. The decreased defense against the boss. Gotcha. Right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I think you have some options here, but let's just try this, and then what we'll do is on round 2, don't use this. Or we can even make it, if you want, you can make it like the opener and then like that. And then here in round 3, do that. And then you not want to use it? Yeah. This was your previous team? This is what you had before you put Ugo in? Oh, yeah, we should have changed the lead too, but that's okay. Yeah, and it was slower. Yeah, obviously that brimstone helps. So that's a big bonus, right? Having the brimstone from Tatora. Plus Tatora gives you just coverage, right? Because you've got a bunch of squishies here, so that works pretty well. Now Sissy has a tiny bit of sustain, but it's not really something to rely on. Two plus 3 is 5. That should take us down to 1. And now we get here for Geo. Okay, so Geo could actually use, because he's last, he could use his turn meter decrease, because instead he's going to use it here. I guess it doesn't matter that much. The 2 turn meter decreasers are not necessarily going to be enough. But again, this is where like that slow comes in. I just feel like if we could squeeze a slow onto the team, that would be really helpful. There's that turn meter reduction. Because if you have the slow, you get more rotations, you get more chances to land that turn meter decrease. It's working pretty well, but you're right, it's not super fast. One of the reasons why this team is not that fast, by the way, and this is just sort of the reality of it. It's something that I've noticed. I have Sissy and I have Cardiel, so they're a duo, and so I like to use her a lot. She does decent wave clear damage, but she's not like wave clear god. Like she doesn't do as much damage as some other champions do. Like she's great in Spider, and she's good in waves. But the thing is, any HP burn champion against the boss who doesn't have that activation come around really quick doesn't do a lot of damage on the boss, because HP burns don't tick on the Fire Knight when you're trying to do some turn meter control. Any turn meter control at all is going to reduce the effectiveness of an HP burn champion or a poison champion. So in this particular case, having like a max HP hitter can be really huge, against the boss. Now, what max HP hitters are also great against waves? There aren't that many of them, so it can be a little bit tricky. Like you do need a wave clear champion, and then you need the multi hits, and then you need, all of that. So that's a pretty awful piece. Yeah, she's the only champ that has AoE decreased defense and weaken. And like, yeah, so I'm not saying she's bad for wave clear. She's good. She's good for wave clear. She's just not like great for wave clear, right? So again, same thing. I mean, I think you've got 4 of the right champions. Probably we could potentially, you have the increased turn meter and increased attack from Arbiter. You could potentially pull Arbiter out and try, putting in probably High Katoon because she has the slow. But again, it's not booked, and I don't know if she has the accuracy right now. But this would give you more speed. Probably give you roughly about the same amount of like extra turns as Arbiter because of the speed buff. It's probably on just a little bit less. Yeah, Yukara will be huge for you when you get him. And who did we pull? We pulled Geo, right? I mean, it's tough without any sustain. Because you're not full turn meter decrease. And you don't really bring in any sustain. So it's like, how do we cycle through the boss's rounds? How do we stay alive? How do we make that happen? I keep wanting to do this. I don't think he's good against the boss, but again, we have no sustain here. So it's like, how do we even make that? How do we make that work? So who do we have? We had Arbiter and Ugo. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I'm a little bit stumped. I don't think there's an easy fix here other than what I was saying before, which is I think the roster's not optimized yet, and it may be that you have to put Fire Knight on the back burner for a little bit and just build out some champions and what the heck? Okay. I didn't expect him to die that fast. Is he not built? He doesn't have boots on. Yeah, he's also in Guardian set. I can't. It may just be that we can't keep him alive. That's fine. A little bit surprising. 3K defense. Yeah, only 29, only 30,000 HP. Got crit rate gloves on. Oh yeah, he's just too squishy. So this is a champion I would get out of the crit rate gauntlets. And I mean, obviously if you're in Guardian, you may not have the options, right? Like, well, you have those, right? You lose 6 speed, but who cares? It's going to make him a lot more survivable. So that would be a swap that you could do there to get more value out of him. You want him up around 50,000 HP, not, 30,000 HP. You can get a little bit more defense out of his chest plate, a little more HP out of his helmet. Glyph him a little bit. Yeah, Hatatsu's a very good champion. He could do some work for you. But, looking around at the account, let's take a look at all of the dungeons, because I'll kind of want to see where you are in terms of progress. So, all right, you're pushing stage 25 in Dragon. Spider, you've got to 25, right? You got Sissia, so that's probably one of your best teams here. Kymar with the reset. This is a fast team. This is probably this might be faster than my fastest team. And I have Sissia too. But I don't have Kymar. So I have to use Newt, who does the job, but it's just not super fast. It's actually fewer turns. It's like a lot fewer turns. I do it in like 6 turns, but it still takes 23 seconds or something. It's kind of crazy. Man. But yeah, so it feels like you're doing all right. At 5 months, you got a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. You've got all your dungeons. It's funny because you're ahead in Clan Boss. Like you have a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, but you're a little bit behind in dungeons in that, like, relatively. Like usually you get the dungeons done before you get your Clan Bosses to that point. Or I do anyway. How's your arena team going? You're in Gold 5. Let's see your arena. I'm assuming it's built around Wukong. Yeah, and you have your Arbiter. So I wish I could help you more with the Fire Knight speed up thing, but I do think that, like I said, just looking at the roster, Wukong is unbooked. Sissia is mostly booked. You don't technically need her A1 fully booked, so that's fine. Tatura's booked, that's good. Raglan, I probably wouldn't build Raglan. I wouldn't book her out. She's an OG. She's interesting in some places. She can be good in arena, but in very particular teams. I don't love this champ, and I have her, and I was very excited when I pulled her, and I was like, it doesn't always work out that way. So you're actually booked better than I thought you were. Most of your epics are fully booked. You don't need to book Doom Priest, so I wouldn't do that. Like, I don't think you need to book her at all. You may have thrown books in her just to try to get this increased attack, I'm assuming. You have a lot of epic books. Do you? You got 43 epic books. Yeah, so during your next CVC, I would highly consider looking at your epics who aren't fully booked and thinking about who you could potentially book out, like Haikatoon and Gorlos. Old Hermit Jorg is a really good champion as well, who could potentially help you in a couple of places if you're looking for an increased attack champion who's got turn meter fill. Although you've got your Arbiter now, so maybe not. Yeah. It's a good account and you're doing well. It's a good account and you're doing well. You just don't really have the champions for a faster Fire Knight's Castle right now. I think you could potentially just go the tanky route, go all the way up to stage 25, get into hard mode, and then start worrying about hard mode. Because you've got Blizzard, you've got Cryodan, you've got Necmo. You know, you have champions to at least push that probably to like stage 5 or 6 of hard mode. You know, you might be able to get here to stage 6, which is where I actually farm most of my tournaments anyway. And then it might not be really much slower than your regular Fire Knight. In fact, it might even be faster than your regular Fire Knight because your freeze champs are actually better than your turn meter control champs. Yeah, exactly. You just said the same thing. You got more freeze champs than turn meter control champs. So like, don't worry about Fire Knight being fast. Just worry about getting through 25. And what I would say there is like, we just did the same thing here. So, you know, forget about this team. I totally messed up your team. Sorry. So let's see. This was Arbiter and Ugo, right? I know you'll have to redo the AI a little bit, but like, you know, you could even stick with this team, or potentially you could bring in additional tankiness, right? You could go with a team that's like just going to be able to survive the boss, like getting turns a little bit better. You have the heal reduction from your Cold Heart. So that's okay. As long as you have 225 accuracy on her, which you do, make sure to get that heal reduction onto the boss. Then it's okay that he takes more turns and just have enough sustain. You know, so in that particular case, you may be looking even to maybe pull High Katoon out of here. Like, let me see. So like this leech, you know, the leech might improve your overall sustain. Plus that decreased speed, right? That decreased speed just means you get more times to hit the leech. You get fewer boss attacks. So if you can get that on the boss, you get the leech and the decreased speed. And then you don't really worry too much about like the increased attack buff. You know, and maybe, so you might end up with a team that looks more like, trying to think of actually, the tanky, you know, like, because you've got this option, you got this option. So Taragi the Frog could go there. You could get Hatatsu a little bit tankier, bring him in. You could stick with with Ugo. I keep on saying Mighty Ugo because Mighty Uko. You could do that. You have other, you know, tanky options here. You could bring in Roshguard. You could even bring in PK. Blizzard works too. Yeah, actually, that's the one that I was thinking originally. Like you do this, you know, and then it's just like, just work your way up. Just work your way up until you get to hard mode. And then your hard mode team may actually be better than your normal mode team. Oops, almost kicked my glass over. So, you know, this might be a good team that'll get you there. And who cares how long it takes? You know, now granted, if you're like doing the fusion coming up and you need to do the Fire Knight tournament, and you know, if you're running at 3 minutes on level 20 and you're trying to farm that, you're like, okay, well, I have to do 120 runs. Do you know what I mean? So now you're talking about 6 hours of Fire Knight runs, minimum, you know, which is a lot. I get that. So that can be really frustrating. But for the time being, you know, you can't force progress where there isn't progress. And I don't see any easy solutions here. I mean, we tried a few things, but we could see that they weren't great. I don't think this will be faster. I think this will be slower, but it might be a little bit more reliable. I do worry a little bit about the survivability on the boss. Like, is that leech going to be enough? Hopefully it is. But the slow on the boss will help. You get more hits on the leech and you refill. But if not, you can always try bringing in somebody who's got a little bit of sustain. So like we were saying, you could bring in Hitatsu here. Again, that's another chance for a leech. And by the way, now you've got 2 different affinities with leeches. You got some continuous heals there and an increased defense. You could even try something like this. Like, I don't know how that would do in the waves, but that's an option. It cleanses the slow that you get from the boss. You could try that. And that brings the increased attack back, by the way, which gives you a little more damage. So that's not too bad. But I would mess around, experiment. You should be able to get through stage 25. You should be able to get through stage 25. The new login champion will be kind of interesting. Yeah. So, I guess I should just go. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's good. He's going to be good for wave content, I think, but I don't know how he's going to work with your Fire Knight team. You don't need the hits. You have like enough hits to break the shield. This will be a decreased defense, can't be resisted. You don't need to worry about accuracy. He ignores 100% of the boss's defense, which is crazy. Yeah, he could be really good for some wave clear. Yeah, he is a boss killer, I think. I think he's just a pure damage. I think he's going to do damage in a lot of places. And he's meant to fight against bosses. You can tell because his skills, like every second use of the skill in a round, will attack all enemies instead. So, if the target is a boss, we'll ignore 100% of the targets. Like, this is all around conditional mechanics. The increased crit damage, increased speed buff. But like, look at this, right? So inflicts more damage against targets under HP burn debuffs. This is what I was thinking. Like, you're bringing Sissia. You have it. The whole wave is under an HP burn debuff. And so he's going to get 50% more damage against those champions. And so, if he uses his A2 and he gets the AoE, he's ignoring 25% of the target's defense and he's getting 50% extra damage against the wave. He also has the AoE where he gets increased crit damage. So he's going to have more damage against the wave. So he feels like he's just going to be an all around damage dealer. Like, he does well against waves. He does well against bosses, So yeah, I mean, that might speed up your runs a little bit. But yeah, any other questions? Because I feel like sometimes we get into the situation where there isn't a clear immediate step, but there is some guidance towards like where you can be going in the future. So do you have any other questions? Okay. Got another crowd in over here. Yeah, you did talk about Morag. Morag could potentially bring you an ally attack. Another champion I was thinking about here is Wuzgar. He's kind of an interesting champion, right? He's got pretty good stats, by the way. But he's got a 4-hitter on the A1. And each hit heals the ally with the lowest HP by 2% of this champion's max HP. So he can provide some sustain. Heals all allies, places a counterattack, reflect damage, and a shield equal to 20% of this champion's max HP on all allies for 2 turns. This guy is really good in Fire Knight, especially if you're not going a full turn meter control route, right? So he's going to have that counterattack up when the boss goes. He's going to hit 4 times. That's going to help break that shield so fast. And then he's got the reflect damage as well. So like he alone, like if the boss is going, you're going to get 5 reflect damages plus the counterattack with 4 hits. That's 9 hits. You know, it's like, so he's basically going to break the shield on his own, and that's going to allow you to have everybody just land their hits. And, you know, heals all allies, so some sustain, which we don't really have. Shield, some sustain, which we don't really have. So it could be an interesting champion for Fire Knight if you were still struggling with like stage 20 and you didn't have the turn meter control. This could potentially significantly speed up the run, because then you don't have to use 5 animations to break the shield, right? You use 1 animation to break the shield, or 2 animations to break the shield, and then you get a lot more hits on the boss. So this guy is actually kind of a hidden gem there. Hey, you are welcome. All right, so that is it for ASAP. So let's do one more, son. It's not even 4:30 yet, so let's do one more. We're on pretty good pace today.
One more for the people.
One more for the people. Yeah, I think it's better to push Fire Knight hard with the current roster. But if you get to a point where, like, for some reason you wanted to still farm Fire Knight 20 or whatever, he could be a really nice solution for you. I don't know. He's kind of an interesting champion. If your account were a little bit earlier, I would be more likely to recommend you build into him. It's just, food for thought, and for somebody else out there who might be in a similar situation but doesn't have your roster yet. I like him. I want to build him personally. Like, I'm kind of leaning in that direction. But I just don't have a reason for him right now. All right. You have a good night, ASAP. All right. So we have redone the wheel of Takeover. We're going to give it about a minute. So got that little Nightbot in there going.
Isn't that?
The new fusion is going to be good for Fire Knight. Yeah. Honestly, that's her best case. I'm still not sure how I feel about her. Like, I don't know. Shooter was saying she hits super hard. I don't know what her multipliers are. But yeah, so let's take a look at her. She is Shadowkin. So triple hitter with a weaken. Again, it feels weird that this isn't on every hit. 4 times, increases turn meter, places an increased speed buff on allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. 4 hitter, increase attack, leech, decrease attack. And then this multiplier. So yeah, if her multipliers are good, I mean, between her passive, and then the weaken, I could see her doing pretty good damage against single targets. But her multipliers have to be good. She doesn't have an ignore defense. And she doesn't have an HP burn or poison. But you get her into Savage gear. Savage and Cruel. And yeah, I could see her hitting pretty hard. I mean, her attack, her base attack is good, but not great. 1465. So her multipliers, and now her books. So 20% on the A1 is pretty good. 20% on the A2. 20% on the A3. So the book percentages are pretty good. 20% is usually pretty good. 25% is kind of the highest, right? So yeah, we'll have to see what her multipliers are. All right. So are we ready to spin the wheel? We got about 35 reactions here. We've got 92 viewers. I don't know if anybody else that wants to react. Make sure that you get into the Discord, go down to the Wheel of Takeover in the coaching corner and react to the message. You want to do it now because we're about to spin for the last takeover of the day. And in fact, while we do that, I'm going to take a quick break. So I'll be right back, son. You can spin whenever you're ready.
All right, everybody, better get those reactions in. It's spin whenever I want. Maybe that's right now. Maybe. Maybe I'll hold the wheel hostage. Maybe I won't spin the wheel. Then what'll happen? Stuff out there. Everybody's having a fantastic day. First says too much power. Oh yes. Yes. Drunk with power. Hope everybody's excited. Sunday might be the first ever Sunday stream. Hopefully y'all will join me. No big plans yet. I think we're just gonna go hang out, have some fun, do some chats. Maybe we'll do some takeovers. I don't know. Sunday. Exactly. Nice. Dinky with the deep squats. Oh, so worth it to stop everything midstream just to make that. Best thing is nobody has any reference for that unless they were there in that stream. Spin that wheel, says Angelica. Let's see. Oh, we had a couple more reactions come in. What? Let's get the winner. Let's get him ready. Spin that wheel.
Did we spin?
Says my chances are dropping. Spin the wheel. My chances are dropping.
Yeah, spin the wheel.
All right, we've got our winner, Alacosta, the next victor.
Holocaust. All right. Get on in here. That's where you send it. Just DM me your email, password, and then if you have two-factor authentication, we'll get the code once I put the password in. Cam is out of focus. Thank you. Fix that. Hasn't happened in a while. All right. So why don't you just shoot me a DM? Let me know what kind of help you would like on your account today. I like the new splash art, by the way. This is kind of cool. The whole new splash art is great. All right. Level 87. We are all the way through the login rewards. The Olukasta. Let's see. The clan boss. Ultra Nightmare. 65 million on one key. So you got a nice solid 2 key there. That's a pretty fun team too, by the way. Got Ninja, got Brogni. Better Fire Knight, hard team, Iron Twins. Okay. Okay. Let's start with Fire Knight. Okay. So congratulations on the Cardiel. He's great for this. He's fantastic for this. Now you Carl, and I mean, you could use Ninja. Ninja could work here. But your Carl is going to be your MVP, really, along with Cardiel. So then the question becomes, who else do we use? Let's go look at the champion. Rocking 42 legendaries here, although it looks like, let's see, 29 are 6 stars. You've got Duchess, fantastic. You've got Brogni, that's great. There's Sissia. Ninja. Mithrala, you got your Cardiel. Lady Kimmy, fantastic. Let's see what's in the vault. Okay. All right, so you did pull Blizzard the Howler. So Blizzard is going to feature, right? So with Cardiel, Blizzard, and Yakarl, you are in very good shape. He is booked. We do need the accuracy. So let's go ahead back to the stages tool here. And we're going to go for dungeons. Fire Knight's Castle. Bard. That's stage 10. So what do we need? We need 345 accuracy. Is that true all the way up, or is that like that different? No, okay, it starts at 225. Just like the stage 25. but it goes all the way up to 345. So we need 345. Now on Yakarl, there are some things that can't be resisted, right? Yeah, we'll ignore. No. But the A3, this debuff cannot be resisted with. Yeah, okay. But I think for this particular scenario, you just need the accuracy. So we need 345 accuracy on them. Now, this can be a kind of situation where it's like, okay, if your Carl is an all-around carry for you and you like him doing a ton of damage, you might want to build him in that direction. How much do you have to give up in order to get the accuracy that you need? But he is such a beautiful solution for Fire Knight hard mode that, like, especially if you're going to push up. If you're going to push up to stage 10, you're going to need him. It's really, really hard to do it without him. Let's look at this guy for a second. Okay, now her A3 is a freeze, but it's on like a 6-turn cooldown. Yeah, so that's just not going to be useful. Ninja's AoE is useful. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. And decreases hail burn, which is damage. Let me take a look at the fight because I'll be honest. Whoops, sorry. I'm looking at the game. I gotta look at the passive. Okay, so he is susceptible to decreased speed. Okay, so other than your Carl, it is 100% chance though. Do you mind if I do an initial build on your Blazar? Because honestly, what I'm thinking right now, I like the double ally attack. It's kind of cool, but yeah, maybe we could actually do that. Maybe we could stay with that. Okay. Okay. I want to see how your Cardiel is built. Lifesteal. Okay, who's in your clan boss team? Just so I don't mess up any clan. Ninja's in your clan boss team, right? So Ninja and Brogni. So Ninja's the only one I need to worry about. Okay. Okay, great. All right, so we'll leave those guys alone. Yeah, so this is honestly, this is just my first thought. I don't even know how good this is going to be. So I've got two thoughts here. One is this. It would be, where's Blizzar? He's down here. Ninja. So this gives us two chances at a slow. It gives us plenty of total like sustain control kind of scenario, right? The downside of this is it might struggle into force affinity a little bit, right? In terms of the waves, at least, not in terms of the boss. I don't think the boss would be a problem. The ally attack will break the shield. We've got plenty of, got slows out. We're going to get a slow from Yukaro or a slow from Syl or both. You know, we could do that. So that's one thought. Another thought would be to do something similar, but stay with the ally attack. And so we could stagger the ally attacks. And then do the same thing that we were just doing. Right? You do the waves based on control for the most part. The damage comes from Yukaro and Ninja. The ally attacks will keep you in good shape. You get plenty of heals. Get plenty of heals from that. Probably. I mean, this one is safer. This one is safer. This one would probably be faster. Might do better against the boss too. I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking right now. So let's go ahead and in both cases, you're going to want Blizzar, and you're going to want Blizzar built. Again, there's something out there about like not booking him. I don't know what that is about just yet. I haven't had a moment to sit down and actually do the research on it. But let's go ahead and get him built. So we're looking for, what did we say? It was 400 and let me go back to the stages too. 345. 345. That's, no, 430. No, 345. 345. Okay, so we're looking for 350 accuracy. That shouldn't be too bad. First of all, can we ascend him? That's going to be a little tricky. We only have 508,000. I just did that, but I think we got to do this. We're going to need to do this. Okay. Okay. We're going to have to figure out silver here. There we go. Let's get ourselves to about 2 million silver. You have a lot. You are maxed out on your silver bars, which means you don't get in here that much. Yeah, I'm the same way. I often max out on my silver bars. You have enough crap gear that can be sold? Okay. I'm just going to do a few more of these. And we'll do a nice gear cleanse. Nice. I think you have. Well, the question is, do you have the space, actually? I didn't even check. Are we going to put all this in your mailbox? No, we didn't. Okay, good. Okay. Select all that. Yeah, so any speed gear that doesn't have a speed substat needs to have like a great main stat and other good substats. So if it's just got, you know, flat defense, flat attack, like that's gonna go. Yeah, same thing with something like that. Like I'll leave that just in case I can flesh out a set, but that's pretty weak. Same thing there. Yeah, and look, same thing with accuracy. Like if it doesn't have an accuracy substat, like this does, but still, maybe. No, that's definitely gone. Fury you don't need pretty much at all. Same thing with days. Freeze. Yeah, that's actually not an awful boot, but it's flat defense, so you probably don't need it. These. Oh, quad speed roll. That's nice. Yeah, that's not it. I would get rid of both of those. I'd get rid of all of those. That one I might hold on to. Destroy max HP. The destroy set. If you don't have a crit rate substat, you're probably not going to use it. And flat attack gloves, you're not going to use. Nope. No. You need speed on toxic. Typically, no attack there. You can get rid of those. Anything that doesn't have crit rate as a substat will go. I mean, even that, it's like, where are you going to put the HP on the cruel? Probably not. Yep, that can go. That can go. I'll leave that one. Leave that one. I won't get rid of any of these. All right, so that should get us to about 2.5 million, I think. 2.8. So that might be enough for an initial build. Okay. Yeah, no worries. All right, so I mean, I can't imagine that we're not going to use accuracy on this guy. We'll have to see. Okay. So let's get... Let's start with the speed boots. Those could be nice. That's got a roll on accuracy. He does his damage based on defense, right? Yeah, it's defense-based damage. Okay. Let's see if there's a perception set. Maybe it's not, doesn't have accuracy on it. The thing I'm thinking is he places an ally protect. So maybe before I start putting perception gear on him, I should look at other sets that would synergize there, like with the heals, like bolster. I don't think that is necessary. I don't think we need protection. Guardian, he's already got an ally protect out. We could do regen. Is Achak part of your Spider 25 team? You use him for a lot? He's in your Spider 25 team. Artak. No, I was saying Achak. Let's, yeah. Yeah, not Artak. Artak is fine. Yeah, Achak, this guy. The Wenderin. Where is he? This guy. I'm wondering if we can strip his gear. No, we can't strip his gear. Okay. You're killing me, man. I can strip his gear. Just say, yes, you can strip his gear, or no, you can't strip his gear. That would be great. No, you can. Okay. Yes, you can. Thank you. Yeah, I was just seeing how much we could get out of something like that. I don't think that's going to work. Let's go back to this. Righteous isn't bad on him because of he has that cleanse, sort of mini cleanse. All right, let's try rolling this one. I mean, one in each wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. That's also not too bad. Try rolling. Yeah, let's try rolling this one up. We really need accuracy rolls here. It's not a crazy amount of accuracy, but it is the kind of thing where if you just miss on all your accuracy rolls, you're not going to be able to get it from glyphs. I mean, it's still a nice piece for him. Are you using Eris right now? It doesn't look like you're using Eris anymore. Okay. Okay. All the champs except the clan boss team. Great. Gotcha. That's nice double resistance roll. Hmm. Just don't roll attack. That would annoy me. There you go. All right, well, for right now, we'll put that one on. And then we need a banner. Uh-oh. We don't have a single accuracy banner from Ogren Tribes. Gotta farm that spider. That's unfortunate. Oops, no, maybe I've got it wrong. Primary stat, accuracy. Substat, speed. So we might have accuracy, but we don't have... No, we don't even have accuracy without speed. Okay. We just don't really have any Ogren banners. Jeez. I mean, I'd probably lead towards this resistance banner. Hopefully we don't roll into attack. HP is fine. Speed is good. So here's the thing. A 6-star accuracy banner would get us all the way home. Without that, I don't know that it's going to work. I don't know that it's going to work. I think that we'll try it. We'll put together the team and we'll see how it works. But you need a 6-star accuracy banner on this guy to get him over that 350 mark, right? Like we could get close. Without it, we could probably get to maybe 320. I mean, I guess no, I could probably do it. But I think what we would have to do is kind of take a we would probably have to do that. And then we could probably glyph it. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 glyphs. 6 glyphs here. You have a potential to roll into accuracy on the weapon. And we could get a roll here at the end. See that. HP. See if we get lucky with the weapon here. No, HP. Okay. Okay. That's pretty good. Now we may have to do a little bit of a another gear cleanse to get some darn it. I got 42,000. Yeah, that's not gonna be enough. We're almost there though. We're almost there. Right. Whoops. Yeah, it's got to make a little silver. We probably need about 1 million. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe like 700K. The question is, we need to look at the Carl too. So if he doesn't have the accuracy, we don't need it right away. Like we don't need stage 10 accuracy for stage 1, right? We don't have to do that. So we can kind of just get started and, you know, like, for instance, get an Ogren banner with accuracy. If you get a 6-star Ogren banner with accuracy, you're home, you know, so you know that. But we'll see if we can get you rolling with a team composition and make, you know, let that be enough. I can't. Thought that just new was a filter, but apparently it's not. I could have done 3 and 4-star, I guess. That would have been smart. Instead of manually clicking through all of this. There we go. Yeah, that works. All right, 1.3 million. That'll work. All right, so now let's get back to this and just finish this off, and let's put that comp in and see if it works. All right. Where are we to? We're at 302. Okay. And we're gonna get some bonus, so that's fine. Okay. So what are we at? We're at 327. Should be enough for now. Oh, let's take one last. I want to take a look at your Carl real quick. Okay, so I'm not gonna rearrange him right now because we don't have the silver. Okay. So let's go ahead and try. Let's try this team first. And all I'm going to do here is in round 2, I'm going to say open and don't use. And open. Yeah, because I don't really know how this is going to run in terms of speed or skills yet. Yeah, both of these guys do extra damage against champions who have freezes on them, I think, too. So you're not going to have the normal, or you're not going to have as much slowdown as you would normally have when you're dealing with freezes. Like Yakarl and Blizzard, I think both do extra damage against champions with freezes on them. So Yakarl swings pretty hard. HP burns will speed up a little bit here. I think, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Would Ferric and the Fat do more here than say Ninja? You know, or do we just pull Scylla the Drakes? Scylla the Drakes may be overkill here in terms of sustain, right? The enemy's not even getting a chance to go. But still does have that AoE stun, so that kind of makes sure that the enemy doesn't get a chance to go. but it might not matter. I mean, we have 3 freeze champions. So Scylla the Drakes, the reason I brought her in was for that extra slow on the boss, a little bit of sustain just in case, revive in case somebody dies, but it may be that it's overkill. We just don't need it. So right now we might be looking at like a 3-minute run, maybe 3.5. Depending on how much damage we do to the boss. Could be faster, could be slower. I mean, one of the things that's going to happen is we're gonna need a lot of attacks to break the shield. So, like, we probably also want to speed tune it, right? You want to have the attacks go in the right order. Like Ninja definitely, you don't want him opening with his A3 there. Okay, there's some turn meter decrease. So Carl landed 1, although he's not going to land everyone because he doesn't have the accuracy. Oh, actually, he might at this level. But as we go up, he's going to miss. All right, so now we get hit. Ooh, Carl actually went down, but Syl will bring him back up. So what was I saying? 3.5 minutes? Looks like it's going to be a little bit longer. Not too much longer, but a little bit longer. Okay, not bad. Let's do a little bit more work on the AI here. We'll try it with this team comp. So on round 3, we want to, I think we want to not use that. We want him not to go, right? So round 3 here, we want first choice. Yeah. Here, this is kind of interesting because we do want to get the slow out. We need to get the slow out because he's our slow now. Since Scylla Drakes is gone. So maybe we just let him go. But probably open with this, right? Probably open with the A1. Should also open with the A1 probably. And I think we want to turn this off. Question is, do we even want the A3? I don't think so. I think we want to turn that off too. And then here, what we would like is we would like him to open that and then prioritize that. Right now in round 2, that means we'll probably just let everybody go. But this probably would be opener and then don't use. And same thing here with this would be like opener, don't use. All right. So now we're up to stage 2. Let's try it again. Might be a little bit faster. We could try to stagger the freezes, but not knowing how many turns we're going to get on each wave, it's a little bit tricky to do that. Plus, there's so many A1 freezes. It's like you even need to do that. One of the downsides to Cardiel, though, is like in terms of speed, it's not really a downside, but he joins in on attacks, and his animation is not quick. So it's like you just have to watch him hit. Now that attack heals your team and does damage. So it's a great ally attack, but simultaneously it does actually slow down your runs a little bit. Like runs with Cardiel are usually not the fastest runs in the game unless you absolutely need him and you can't do it with somebody else. All right, so that was a minute for that clear, which not super fast. My guess would be that this team as currently built without increasing the accuracy will probably get you to at least stage 4, maybe stage 6. Like you're going to start running into a stat cap. Let's see. If I look at the stages tool, let's see what stage 6 looks like. Stage 6 is a 285 accuracy level. So that's right around your stat cap. So it's going to be, I think your Carl was running at 270. So you might kind of max out at stage 5. So it's about the same amount of time per wave. What was a minute 5 for the first wave, right? About a minute 10 or 11 for the second wave. So we've got 14 hits there to get through it. Now the second ally attack, and we should get turn meter decrease off of that. There's the slow. Question is the boss going to go? Yep. Okay, so. Whoops. All right, so not dragon, Fire Knight. Turn order matters. I think we got to change the turn order. Yeah, I think we need Ninja here, and then we need so he has a 45% chance of hitting on a double hitter, and I think Blazar has a 40% chance of hitting on a triple hitter, right? At this point. And he's got the one with the accuracy. So we're going to have to put Blazar at the back. So it's going to be Yakarl. Oops. Yakarl and then Blazar. So when you do an ally attack, right, it goes in order of the team order. So Cardiel will attack first, then Farrakhan the Fat, and then Ninja. So you want the chance to get turn meter reduction on the ally attacks. So when you break the shield, you want the person at the back. But I'm starting to think that Ninja might be a mistake in this comp because I don't think he brings that much. So we might want somebody who is going to bring more. Because he's got that one triple hitter on his A2. So his ally attack only brings a single hit. Now we have Ruella. We have Sissia. I'm trying to think of somebody who's like going to help in other ways. Right? So like this weaken, and she brings a weaken, decreased defense, and a slow. Plus a triple hitter on her A1. And then this triple hitter on her A2 is decreased defense, weaken, and decreased speed. She, unfortunately, is not fully built. All right, so let's just look for a champion that's built because we don't have silver right now. I mean, we have cold hearts. So that's an option. This AoE weaken and decreased defense might speed up the waves a little bit. And then we do have a 4-hitter, but we only have a 1-hitter on the ally attack. Herndeg has a decreased defense and a weaken. Right now, I'm liking Sissia the most. She's not booked. She does have the accuracy. She's slow. She's pretty squishy, huh? All right, let's try that. So she'll get us more attacks because her A1 and his A3. She'll help us clear the waves a little bit faster. She'll ensure Cardiel's ally attack. So that might be enough. Rhonda's an option. You're right. Rhonda's an option. I mean, I really like, you have Cardiel, so Sissia is just like a great option because it's going to give you additional sustain. It's going to give you additional damage, additional ally attacks. And she's good at wave clear. She's got a decreased defense. I mean, we have the decreased defense from Ferric and the Fat, but she also has a weaken, and I forget. I think the weaken is the not conditional now. I keep forgetting. One of them is conditional, one of them's not. So a weaken could help. But just breaking that shield a little bit earlier from the ally attacks will mean that the freeze champions at the back of the turn order have more likely chance to drop the turn meter. So, you know, putting Farrakhan and Cardiel at the top, typically the best way to go. That was a minute 8, so it was about the same time. So since he didn't speed up the waves from Ninja, which makes sense. Ninja is a good damage dealer. You know, he's not bad against waves. It may be that he's also built to hit a little bit harder. So that could be a thing. That 100% turn meter steal is really nice. And I've got my Yukaro built, and I don't quite have him going yet either. And I think I've got to spend some time and build him out and get him going because he's so good. He's so good. Yeah, it's about the same amount of time in terms of the clear here, but let's see if we do better on the boss because we need to keep him turn meter controlled. We got down to 5 there, right? So we got some turn meter control there, but there's the weaken. We need the slow. Slow help. All right. So now the question is, can we get back around to the ally attacks? Turn meter control. I thought I turned off that A2. Here we go. Nice. There we go. Closer than I wanted it to be. I thought I saw Blizzard use his A2 at some point. So obviously, when you have Yukaro booked and when you have Blizzard booked, they're going to have better chances to land on their A1. You also have a choice of going down the defense tree and adding the extra 5% from whatever the mastery is, you know, for freeze. But you probably don't need it. You could. And there you go. So that was pretty nice. That's actually a nice looking weapon, isn't it? That's a nice looking weapon. Too bad it's in frenzy. But that could be a really nice broken piece. Attack percentage, speed, crit rate, and crit damage. 6-star legendary. Very nice. So let me just see. So yeah, you have one more book here, which will get you an additional 5% on that. And then on Blizzard, you have all of the books here. So you get an additional 10% here. You'll also get an additional 25% here, which will make that 100%. Obviously, you still have the blessing that you can go. You're going to get more power out of that and the masteries. So that feels pretty good. But let's see. That was weird. I think that he used. I think that Blizzard. Yeah, he used his A2. I didn't turn that off. Yeah, let's push one more level. See if we can get stage 3 down. So I think the key here is going to be getting the final books and then just making sure you get the accuracy. So, you know, that accuracy banner on Blizzard, obviously getting to 60, putting the rest of your masteries in. But I imagine this team is going to take you pretty far. I I don't really expect that this will clear stage 10. It could. It could, maybe with a lot more gear and more speed, because like the speed requirements there are very fast. You're gonna have to be moving a lot faster here. So at stage, let's see, at stage 1, the boss is moving at 105. On stage 10, the boss is moving at 250. So the speed difference is intense. So stage 2, the boss has gone from 105 to 110. Stage 3, gone from 110 to 115. So not a big jump there. Stage 4 is 120. Okay. This is really interesting. Stage 5 is 125. It's just been going up 5. So where does it do the big jump? Stage 6, it goes from 125 to 150. So stage 5 is 125. Stage 6 is 150. Stage 7 is 175. Stage 8 is 200. Stage 9 is 225. And stage 10 is 250. So it goes up by 5s until you hit stage 6. Then it goes up by 25. So the speed matters because obviously you need your fastest champions. Like your ally attack champions have to go to break the shield before the boss can go so that you can actually get some turn meter decrease so your other champions can go. So the speed requirements just become pretty intense. And as a result, it may be that you need a speed boosting champion of some kind. You may need to bring in, I don't know, maybe like a seeker, somebody who's, Razzlevarg is the one that most people use, I think, because he's got the speed aura, plus he's got an increased speed buff, plus he gets more speed over time. Every time he uses an increased speed buff. So I think Razzlevarg is the one that I've seen several times. But, there are other champions who have speed auras in dungeons you could use. But you're probably going to want a speed boosting champion or a turn meter filled champion or both. Necmo. We were looking at Necmo earlier. He could be really good here. And then the question becomes, can you still use the 2 ally attackers? Right. That's the nice thing about Razzlevarg because he's got the multi-hits. You can use the 2 ally attackers to help him break the shield, or he helps break the shield. Plus he gives you all the speed, even though he doesn't get any freezes. Or it could just be a gear check. You just need enough gear to get everybody fast enough. If even your slowest champion is running at 251, so if everybody here is running from 251 to say 300, that might be enough. So yeah, the ally attack here is really nice just because it gives you another opportunity to land that turn meter decrease. So as you go up, more accuracy, more speed. You don't need more survivability because you're completely controlling the waves. It's not fast at all. It's not fast enough to be like a farm team, really. Here we're probably going to be looking at 5.5 minutes. But that will, bad news. Never mind. This didn't work. So yeah, we might not be fast enough here, but it could also be the accuracy thing, right? Like we've seen that we don't have enough accuracy. What stage is this? Was this stage 4 or stage 3? Yeah, so we're already up to 245 accuracy. Yep. So, but I do think that, this team can be sort of at least the team that gets you to stage 6. Maybe even higher. I just think you need the accuracy on your champs and the speeds. So let's look at those 5 champions again. Let's just see. And again, you could try Ninja. You could bring Ninja back, try him, see if you could get him in the AI. Again, here, you're a little bit low on the accuracy. You're going to have to push that accuracy again. But you do have the option of doing that. I know that he's in your clan boss team, right? So you'd want to maintain the speed, and that could be tricky. Yeah, so you need him at that speed. Yeah, so as you're pushing up, think if you want to get to stage 10, 350 accuracy. That's what you need. So think about it from a mastery standpoint. Think about it from a gear standpoint. Think about it from a substat standpoint. Think about it from an area bonus standpoint, right? Start pushing the accuracy in your area bonus. Like Fire Knight's Castle, accuracy, and speed. These are the two I would probably put in first. Get as much accuracy as you can, and then get as much speed as you can. Plus in here, in your Great Hall, focus on accuracy for Yukari, and so that's down here in Void. And then Blizzard is, what did we say? Was he Spirit or is he Force? He's Spirit, right? He's Spirit. So this is a bit underdeveloped at this point. If you want to do PvE, you need to do PvP. And you're in gold 2 right now, so this is another place where you could probably get some progress. You definitely have the champions to do well here. You absolutely have the champions to get to gold 5 on your account. So again, it may be a matter of just committing a few champions to this, or finding builds that work in PvE and PvP content. Again, like if this team isn't getting you there, then you can look at some other teams. You have your Arbiter, so this team could do a lot of work for you. Something like that. So you've got, you got to get your Arbiter faster. 263 is not fast enough. And you need your Kimmy to be connected to her. Your Herndig is going to be your drop defense champion, 100% decreased defense champion. He also hits really hard. And then you have your buff strip and your nuker over the top. So this is like a great go first team. But this Arbiter needs to be running at 300 speed. And chances are you can probably get pretty close. So Swift Parry's an okay set. I mean, I don't love it on her because she's not a damage dealer, but I can see you've got some good substat rolls there. All right, let's get her in some 6-star. Like, let's just look and see if we can. High Katoon is in. Yeah, okay. In this particular case, her main stats almost don't matter. So you can get her into almost anything. And I would check speed and divine speed first. Like I would look here for her. Now, you can also try Righteous, which is pretty good for her. Supersonic is kind of an interesting choice too. But, you know, I don't know that any of us have that kind of gear yet. And then I think Perception is an okay. I don't really like Perception on her, but you could, if you got some good speed rolls, you could get some value out of this. I mean, there's 18 speed right there. Let's just see if we just went pure speed, what would happen? Attack percentage might be good for her because nobody else is going to want to be in attack percentage. Like, you don't put anybody in attack percentage except bomb champions. So that might work. And then accuracy could be fine on her. If it doesn't have a crit rate roll, that, you know, that's a good place to go. If it's got accuracy, resistance, HP, defense percentage, all those are good. It really doesn't matter what the stats are for her. Not for arena. If you use her in PvE, it does, but it's like you just want as much speed on her as you can possibly get. You know, so like right here, you still have rolls here. You still have rolls here. You still have a roll here. You know, we got a double roll here. You got 6-star boots, which is what you want. You can ascend those and maybe you can get speed out of that. You know, you can glyph all of this out and you're going to go from 263 speed, say, to like 285 speed, maybe 290 speed. And that would be such a huge difference, right? Because who cares how much damage she does? Who cares how tanky she is? She's going first. Like, tankiness almost doesn't matter, right? Because it's like on a go first team, the whole goal is to wipe the enemy team out before they get a chance to go. So you can put attack percentage, you know, you can put flat HP gloves on her if it's got a triple speed roll. You know, now these gloves don't have a roll, so, you know, I'd probably try something else. Even if it's crit rate, you know, I mean, preferably the crit rate goes on a damage dealer. Yeah, here's another one. Like, here's another attack percentage. Let's try those. Maybe those will roll actually into speed. It didn't. But so, you know, you can try that. And then with glyphs, yeah, if you can get her to say 290 plus, like really you want her over 300, that alone is going to help you so much. But this requires a speed tune, right? So it's like this is pretty good. But if you have a team like what we were just looking at, if you have a team like this, right, and it's speed tuned, you go Arbiter, turn meter fill, increase attack into Lady Kimmy, who then gives you a second turn meter fill, I'm sorry, it's this one. And can actually strip buffs, right? At least remove one random buff. So if it's just like a shield buff, you can remove it here, which might not even need, you might not even need Wukong then, but he's just great and he hits hard, you know, and you probably have him booked and built, I'm guessing, or mostly booked. Yeah. So you have 2 buff strip champions potentially, but so you get the 2 turn meter fills. That's going to be into Herndig, who's going to give you the drop defense, and then you've got the buff strip and the nuke over the top. You know, it's like you could even bring you Carl in here, like you have. If he's the one who's more closely speed tuned, you could bring him in. You could make a team. It's the same basic setup. But one of the things you can do is you can run a very fast CC champion, especially if it's a Void Affinity champion, who can go, and then you don't need the other turn meter champions. Also, you have ally attack, so you could go like this, and I think you had Ray, and you have okay, I don't see Skullcrown, but you have Sinesha. You know, so you could do this, make a blender comp. In this case, you would just need to get your Arbiter fast enough and your Cardiel fast enough so your Cardiel takes the lead from Arbiter. So Arbiter does the turn meter fill, Cardiel does the ally attack, and then, you know, you've got your double AoE here. There might be other champions, like I think Ugir actually might work well there. No. Okay, I thought his A1 was an AoE. Sinesha's not going to be as good without Skullcrown, but that's fine. You know, so you have some options here. Oh, here. No, I was going to say Runekeeper Dazzler, but you have your Arbiter. You don't need Runekeeper Dazzler. You have Lysandra, who's phenomenal too. You could use her instead of Lady Kimmy. She gives you another 30% turn meter fill. So that'd be 30% into 30%. You know, and then you just need, yeah, and then you could use your Herndig as your drop defense champion, or you could use, I mean, any of the drop defense champions that you have several, I think. You could use Draco because he's got a weaken as well. It's a weaken and a decreased defense. So that's going to allow your, you know, your Wukong to hit even harder. Of course, this isn't a hit. You know, that's whether that's a good or a bad thing, I don't know. But that's not a hit, whereas Herndig's is a hit, right? So Herndig's decreased defense is actually going to hit decently hard. You could also do this one. I think people open with the A3 too. So attacks one enemy, fully depletes the target's turn meter, will also attack all enemies if the first attack is critical. So as long as you're not weak hitting, right? If you have 100% crit rate, you know, you can kind of nuke somebody out and then get the weaken out there, and you could use that instead of the drop defense. So if you wanted to, you could bring a drop defense champion and have the weaken. You know, there's all sorts of different ways you could do that. You could even make him your nuker. But it's all about just getting that team fast enough. Like, I think this is a control team, right? This is about freezing. But there are limitations to that. You know, in that, like, you don't have a drop defense, you don't have a weaken, you don't have a heal. You know, so you'd be better off with fewer damage dealers here and more utility. You know, even if it's just like, okay, I'm going to pull, let's say I'm going to pull Ray out and add, you know, Mithrala to give me a cleanse that Duchess doesn't have, to give me a strength and to make me more survivable, you know, that way. Or, you know, Scylla the Drakes to give me heals, or Cardiel to give me heals and an ally attack, you know, like Lady Kimmy to give me a buff strip, you know. So this brings a lot of freezes and a lot of damage, but it's almost like it's not versatile enough and it's not fast enough. Right now, you're not going fast enough. That's all. But that's how PvP and PvE like work together. So as you can get into, you know, the higher levels of arena, you can push these affinity bonuses. You can get into that live arena and push these, you know, bonuses here. This is going to make Fire Knight easier. My feeling, and I don't know this 100%. But my feeling is that people who like clear stage 10 of Fire Knight hard have invested a significant amount of time into their area bonuses, or they're Krakens. Do you know what I mean? They're whales. It's like, I don't think anybody does this without area bonuses. It's too hard. It's just too hard. You need so much speed and so much accuracy and so much damage. So you could put points into ignore defense. You could put points into where is it? Oh, right here. Crit damage. You've already got some points into crit damage. But I would start with accuracy and speed. And that'll probably, along with that regearing, that'll probably keep you progressing, slowly up. But I think, the goal would be to get to stage 6. Get to stage 6. It's a really good place to farm. And then, if you can do that in like 4 minutes or a little bit less, that's not too bad. And then, for tournaments and stuff, you can do that. Or you can go back to stage 20 of normal if you can do that in like 90 seconds, clear that instead. And for, it depends on whether energy efficiency is super important or time efficiency is super important. Yeah. I think it's just about accuracy and speed at this point. So, the area bonuses can really give you that for free, in the sense that you don't have to then worry about the champion. Like, you don't have to rebuild all the champions. You're just getting it on literally all of the champions. So every area bonus, you're like, oh, I just got an additional like 10 accuracy in an area bonus. Every champion just got 10 accuracy. That's the same as getting 50 accuracy, because it's like 10 on everybody. So I would definitely focus there. All right. Do you have any questions? I hope you found this helpful. Again, this is sort of a weird day for me for takeovers. Like, we didn't push things too far, but a lot of times it's about planning. If we have silver, if we have books, if we have gear, if we have champions, if we have time, if we have all those things, we can make things happen sometimes. But the rest of it, a lot, it's just like theory crafting, how to move forward, which honestly is where I live as a free-to-play player. I'm always theory crafting how to move forward, and having specific goals is really helpful. I need this gear. I need this champion maxed out. I need my masteries here. I need silver so I can re-gear these 2 champions. I have a speed tune in mind. I need to put it together. All that kind of stuff. It's like, that's where I live. Because as a free-to-play player, I don't have the option of being like, oh, well, I've got a stable of 300 legendaries and epics. It's like all built, booked, and ready to go. Don't have it. Yeah. I mean, have fun with it. I think once you get Blizzard up and running, he's going to be fun in a lot of places. He could actually also feature in some arena stuff. He'd be fun, especially in 3v3 arena. Get him fully booked out, masteried out the way you want him. Get your blessing on him. That's going to help. That could definitely speed stuff up too. I think getting a brimstone on somebody will help, speed those waves up a little bit, which would be nice. Could help speed the boss up a little bit. I don't know that Blizzard is that guy yet. I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, maybe he is. For Sand Devil's Necropolis, I think you want a 5-star brimstone. Unfortunately, you and I both have 4-star souls on him. So unless we can find a 5-star soul in the shop, but brimstone might be the way to go. That'll speed you up here too. But, all right. Thanks for letting me tool around on your accounts. Olu and everybody today. ASAP. And Liam. Tay. I hope you guys got something out of it. I hope everybody who was viewing got something out of it, had some fun. And we will be back next Tuesday with more free takeovers. This Thursday, I will be live streaming on my main account. We'll probably be doing something with the I'm assuming the Fusion schedule will be out at that point. I might get into some Fire Knight hard mode myself because I still have to push. I think I am currently at stage 4 or stage 5. So I'll have to do that myself. And then on Sunday, we're going to have Sun is going to be streaming live for the first time. I am going to be out of town. So we'll have a Sun stream on Sunday, and that should be a lot of fun. And then in the meantime, look for videos to be dropping every day this week. Don't forget to hit the like button for the stream. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Consider joining our Discord community. I'm assuming you all did, because you need to be in the Discord community in order to get a free takeover. But that is it for today. Let me just say goodbye. Jump back in a chat for a second. Dr. Dev, hey, my day's going well, and my stream is over, unfortunately. Crashdown says, yep, Ugir's all right. I am not unhappy. I pulled him from an ancient shard. No, I think he's pretty solid. All right. All right. Anyway, thanks, everybody. And we will see you in another stream or video soon. Son, you want to say goodbye to the good people?
Have a good one, everybody.
Have a good